just got the way the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind darkness gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second journey of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bed. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the king of self-help to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Marty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know how we do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, Destiny returns. So after, if you're not familiar, after he got caught sexting a 15-year-old, or allegedly sexting a 15-year-old, and also saying that Corey Comparte, the guy who died at the, was it Butler? Yeah, the first Trump assassination attempt. And he was like, yeah, any conservative, if you're going to do that and be around that and say those things, then you got to do. But we have to bring him back. We've got to bring him back from the dead. Of course, we are still covering the DebateCon debates, and he was up against Dinesh D'Souza in kind of a Trump good, Trump bad kind of way. Now, I know we just covered Rob Noor and Lonerbox about Trump being a fascist, but this is more broad and just, is Trump good or is Trump bad? And the reason I was thinking of skipping it. I was thinking of skipping it mainly because it's Destiny, and I just don't really like Dinesh D'Souza, but I think this is actually an important thing to see, because those of us who are more on the America First side, or even if we're on the America First side versus like the current MAGA, and then also the neocons versus the general MAGA from the last 10 years, which would include the America First. There's a lot of distinctions to be made, and it sounds confusing when you say it like that. But as we will point out, it'll be right here. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. And again, I did skip the opening, the opening statements. You know, Destiny's going to say Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, and you know that Dinesh is going to say Trump is the greatest thing ever. So yeah.
That opening as well. We'll jump into the 80 minutes of dialogue, and then just a friendly reminder, everybody here, is we want to both let the debaters do the debating, and also want to show them respect, as we do appreciate them being here. With that, gentlemen, the floor is all yours for open dialogue.
I guess we can start with the Iran thing. Man, what a disaster.
So one part of Dinesh's opening was talking about how, you know, we did great in Iran, and you know, yeah, we need to step it back, but he's doing great. And I think that was a mistake, because that is the biggest, glaring, most obvious failure of Trump, if you want to look at it that way, which Destiny definitely does. What we got over here? Shout out to Exit Driller. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We got a leftist and a neocon, and it's gonna go sideways. Welcome to the party. I was just saying I skipped the opening statements because they're just gonna rehash everything. And Dinesh D'Souza, obviously is more of a neocon, and then Destiny is Destiny. You know, the online leftist, not quite as far as Hassan, but in the same camp.
I guess we can start with the Iran thing. Man, what a disaster.
By what measure?
Well,
a lot of measures.
we started a war of annihilation that we weren't ready or able to follow through on. And Iran is poised to have more control over the Strait of Hormuz and more, I guess, like foreign money flowing into that country than they had at any point in the last 50 years.
Didn't Iran have control over the Strait of Hormuz before?
No, not in the way that it does
Who controlled
now.
the Strait of Hormuz?
It was an open route that anybody could ship oil through.
Well, anyone could pass through, but who controlled it?
Anyone could pass through because Iran wasn't stopping for people.
Nope, it was an open
It was open.
route.
It was controlled by Iran from the beginning. It's controlled by Iran now.
It was just like a place, man. Like it was just open.
The real issue is this. There are 3 or 4 major powers in the Middle
Well,
East.
hold on. When you say controlled by,
Well, why are you interrupting me? Let me
you
say
say
my
controlled
piece.
by. What do you mean by controlled by?
Well, what I'm
Do you
saying
think
is
that
you have a narrow strait that is basically sitting in the backyard of Iran. So as a practical matter, the country that happens to have that proximity is going to exercise a large degree of control. That's a simple fact.
They
Now,
weren't
if you annoy
exercising-
Iran, you blow up its facilities, you destroy its navy, you pulverize its air force, you reduce it to rubble, they're going to cling to the Strait of Hormuz and go, yeah, we got a hold of this. So I understand that Iran is grabbing a hold of the Strait of Hormuz and it's panic because that's all they have left.
Yeah, I mean, if it was ever Iran that closed the strait, then clearly they had the power, and it was open because they let it open. The Iran war is the biggest critique. Oh my God, I'm almost gotten rid of all the fruit flies. I set up some traps, but oh man, they were all over the place. But yeah, biggest critique of Trump. I would have, I would have played hot potato with this. I would have just been like, you know what, wars or bad wars that are, the people don't like. That's kind of a presidential thing. That they all do it. We've been doing it for the last however. I'll give you that, and then let it go and talk about anything else. But spoiler alert, they spend quite a bit of time on it. To Dinesh's. What's the word I'm looking for? Bad thing. You know what I mean.
Grabbing a hold of the Strait of Hormuz and it's panic because that's all they have left. But you're making it sound like they're somehow stronger than they were before. I'm saying that the opposite is true. Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Jordan, look at a little country like UAE, which was essentially a kind of fly compared to Iran. UAE is stronger than Iran right now. Iran doesn't dare attack the United Arab Emirates. UAE can pulverize Iran. So the truth of it is the combined force of the United States and Israel has leveled Iran to the ground. Now, in a country of 90 million that's rather large, It's not easy to overthrow the regime without going in there, going door to door, grabbing every mullah and pulling him out. The Iranian people, frankly, have to do that, and I hope they do. I would encourage them to do it. I would give money to send a million rifles into Iran to arm the Iranian people again.
See, that's the difference between America First and where MAGA is. I would say that, there could be distinctions between being a neocon and being MAGA. That's still being worked out. But this is where you see clearly he is a neocon. Yeah, let's just send him money and more war, because that always goes well, right?
Would give money to send a million rifles into Iran to arm the Iranian people against the government. But I support the Reagan doctrine, which is that people should fight for their own freedom. It's not our job to liberate Iran.
Then why are we... That is kind of contradictory. I mean, it's not a direct hypocrisy. But I believe in Reagan. They should fight for themselves, but we should send them millions of weapons for trillions of dollars.
What? It's our job to protect our own interests, America first, and Trump is doing that.
Iran... That's a state, or no? It's a property or a territory of the United States, right? Facts. Extra said the problem is, what is the goal? What are we trying to achieve in the war, and what makes this war worth the billions of dollars? Bingo. And that's why I'm frustrated with myself that I let people who are maybe not neocons, but a little bit more war hawky kind of play up the idea of, oh, they're going to get a nuke, and if we don't do this, and that's going to happen, 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 and this domino effect, that if we don't do this, then all of these bad things will happen. I mean, because, foreign affairs is kind of, my weak spot. I try to pay more close attention to what normal people actually talk about and care about, and I was like, well, I guess we have to do this. If you'll remember, when Maduro in Venezuela happened, I just woke up and it was done. And I was like, well, I wouldn't have voted for this, but, nice surgical strike. If that's what Iran's going to be like, then I'm not voting for it. But okay, you've shown that you can do it. Now he's just one of them.
In what way do you think Iran is controlling the strait now than is it in the same way they had before, or do you think that it's more than it had before?
Probably
no,
more.
I'm saying it's in the same way that they have before, but they are.
So you think that people have always been afraid to sail tankers through that strait?
That doesn't. If I control this stream, that doesn't mean that you have to be afraid of X, Y, and Z. It just means that you chat, and I have the power to block you. I have the power to time you out. I have the power to do all those things. I'm just not doing them because I don't have any reason to do that. Unless you give me a reason to do it. And so think of the chat as the strait and me as Iran. I don't like that. But, think of it that way. Like, yes, I'm controlling the stream. That doesn't mean I'm not going to pull up a chat, but I still have control. You can have control and not be bad. Excuse me. I'll give Trump a bit of credit. Iran war is still better than Bush's Iran and Afghanistan war. But still not much. Yeah, Bush's Iraq. Well, I mean, so far, it seems like it hasn't gotten as bad. But I don't know. If we don't pull out, then same shit. It's going to turn into the same shit. And this is exactly what they said about Iraq. This is exactly what they said about Afghanistan. And that was. That I guess I'm trying to think. So, because obviously 9/11, I was like, I was about to be 11 years old. No, I was about to be 12 years old. So I was 11 on 9/11, and then we were at war for the next 15 years. And so as I was growing up, even though, as I've told you guys, I didn't really get into politics until Trump came into the picture, I obviously was living in the world and saw stuff that was going on. And it was exactly the same. Oh, we need to do this because of that. Hindsight? Nothing. Shout out to Nikki, Dog Angel. Welcome to the party. So they've always had issues. That's why the U.S. has military bases in every single country around them. Holy shit, does Destiny not understand how the world works? And so this is why I think this is going to be an interesting debate for us to watch, because I don't think any of us here really fully agree with either of these guys. And so while we can say that, Iran wasn't the best idea, to say that it was just exactly the same in terms of the reasons why we went into Iran is the same reason why we went into Iraq. You have to go a little further than that. Welcome. We also got Arthur. Welcome to the party. Afghanistan was a clusterfuck because Obama implemented Vietnam War era hearts and minds BS. The ROE was fucking ridiculous. Well, so let's use a scale of 0 to 10. And let's say 10 is, it's still war, it's still bad, it still costs money, it's still, people are dying, even Americans, but we did exactly what we went to do. That would be a 10. Where would you put Iraq, and where would you put Iran as of now? That's kind of how I'm thinking of it. And when you see it that way, then it's like, as Extra said, it's not as bad, but it's still not much better. And time can only make this worse if it continues. Which Iraq war? The first one was because they attacked Kuwait. Yeah, the second, the post 9/11 one, that one. So yeah, well, how would you rate those wars in terms of efficacy, doing what we set out to do? I would say we didn't. Like, maybe I want to say 0, but that seems hyperbolic. But what exactly was accomplished?
But they are.
So you think that people have always been afraid to sail tankers through that strait, the Strait of Hormuz, and that they were going to get bombed by Iran for doing so? That's always been a fear.
No, that's not what control means. If I control
Exactly.
my backyard, I might allow people to pass through, but they're passing through at my behest, at my say-so. I can charge them money if I want to go through. I still have the same degree of control. Now, I may not exercise it.
You can wield that control differently, but it's power all the same. They should have attacked Iraq the second time, and they should have built a permanent base in Afghanistan. Would that not have? So why do you say that about the permanent base in Afghanistan? Do you think that would have cut the time down between when we started and when we backed out, or do you think it would have been more effective in doing something? What makes you say that? Also, Iran war is 18 U.S. soldiers death, while Iraq war was 4,000 plus. And RIP, but didn't all happen in the first year. Didn't all happen in the first year.
I still have the same degree of control. Now, I may not exercise it.
You can modify the statement then, in that Iran is now exercising deadly, I guess, restraint over the Strait of Hormuz than they were before. Regardless, their control of the strait has changed in character in a way that it never had before.
Yes, I agree with that.
And that's due to the United States attacking Iran for reasons of which I still don't even fully understand. And the only way for us to alleviate that situation is to give Iran a deal that leaves it a stronger nation than it was before we entered this conflict.
And that's why I really, speaking of fair, I want us to not just be like, oh, Destiny said Trump bad, so fuck Destiny. Let's find everything wrong with him that we can. This is a real thing that a lot of people think. And even if he's a pedo, then that's irrelevant to our purpose of understanding what is the political landscape. Tribal warlords of Afghanistan are unfit to run a country. You should have taken it over, and I'm not sorry. The world expects you to act like an empire to protect them, but not to serve yourself. You're not sorry? Why is that? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Why should I have to be treated as an empire when we don't want it? I think you'd feel bad if you had the power, but Canada can't do shit.
Deal that leaves it a stronger nation than it was before we entered this conflict.
The entire terror network, not only of the Middle East, I'm not just talking about Hamas and Hezbollah I'm not just talking about Boko Haram in the north part of Africa, but extending through Venezuela, Hezbollah in South America. Iran was the malefactor. Iran was the hub. They were doing it from their base. And so clobbering the base is what Trump set out to do. Now, you may not think that's a good idea. You may like the terror network. You may think that, as Tucker Carlson says, Hamas is a political movement. It's like...
So that's the right angle to take. If you are going to defend the war, then you have to take this angle and say that, well, it's a good thing that Trump did all this, even though with, no reward. Fair enough. But that's not how I feel. So I searched it up. It's 600 U.S. soldiers' death during the first year, but that makes sense because of the Bush doctrine. So I mean, hopefully we're not getting to anywhere close to the thousands. But as long as we're there, people will die.
The terror network. You may think that, as Tucker Carlson says, Hamas is a political movement. It's like the Labor Party. It's a force for good.
Damn, I've been unplugged from Tucker for a while.
Muslims are up to doing great stuff in America and Australia and Canada. We need more of them. We need more mosques in Dallas. If you take that view, then you're going to think that Trump's bad. But if you agree
Testing. All right. I think we're good. Let me know if we're not. That crazy mic is doing its thing. Remember, guys, if you would like to help the show grow a little bit, you can donate to any one of these things. That will absolutely make sure that doesn't happen again. I think I need to X this out. Actually, we'll reshare. Struggle streaming. And speaking of which, guys, don't forget $5 before the timer and the ads go off for the whole stream.
America and Australia and Canada, we need more of them. We need more mosques in Dallas. If you take that view, then you're going to think that Trump's bad. But if you agree that there is an Islamic project that began in the 7th century, long before Israel, the Muslims conquered the Holy Land, they're the original colonizers. They have just realized that there are dupes like you who will buy into the rhetoric of anti-colonialism, and so they mouth that rhetoric, the Ilhan Omars of the world, but they are the original colonialists. The Muslim view is colonialism is great when we do it.
Yeah, and so that's the needle that you've got to thread, right? That's the way you say it, right? Yeah, it's the needle that you've got to thread. That it's not that Islam isn't bad for the world, but just indiscriminately or seemingly indiscriminately bombing is not the answer. He said all Europe and the Western world expects the U.S. to expend military resources to protect them and their trade interests, but God forbid you act in your own interests. That's what I'm saying. I thought you were saying. Yeah, you said I'm not sorry. The world expects you to protect them, but not serve yourself. That's the opposite. Did you mean you are sorry? Either way, same page.
And it's not good if anybody else does it. And the reason they don't like,
like a leftist, like a wokey. It's okay when we do it, but not anybody else.
When we do it. And it's not good if anybody else does it. And the reason they don't like Israel is really simple, because Israel is a force that is stopping them from colonizing the entire Middle East.
And again, that is a true statement, but to reduce it to, well, they just want to do a thing and Israel's saying no. That is not the end of the story. Shout out to Wicked Dream. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We just got started. We had a little bit of a struggle stream. Hopefully we are past that. Let's dive back in.
Is a force that is stopping them from from colonizing the entire Middle East. That's why Israel is the little Satan.
And yet Israel is the country that is the most opposed to the deals that Trump is trying to cut now with Iran. Why? The reason why is because Israel is opposed to those very same terror networks that you claim that we've somehow magically defunded by attacking Iran. But we haven't. Israel understands that Hezbollah is poised to become more funded and more powerful and more capable than ever because Iran is now going to be taxing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has shown the entire world that it could withstand attacks from the United States and Israel combined, something that used to be done only in theory or in rumor before, and now has been demonstrated in actuality.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big one. I don't know how anybody could disagree with that. That we've shown that we have limits and that you don't need to have the same amount of firepower, the same amount of men to fight. For a long time, that was the assumption that, oh, we got F-35s and nukes, what are you going to do? Well, now they're doing it. I'm not sorry. I think the U.S. should embrace their imperialism and take stuff over if necessary. I'm not going to pretend 7th century barbarian Hajis are an equal society. Well, again, easy to say when it's not your money. Easy to say when it's not your countrymen. I mean, apparently easy enough to say if they are, but personally disagree.
Something that used to be done only in theory or in rumor before, and now has been demonstrated in actuality. And Iran is going to have relationships with the rest of the world and sanctions relief that Donald Trump was floating the idea. I don't know where we're at in any terms of deal with them. Donald Trump famously can never seem to finalize any deal. But now Iran is actually poised to be free of sanctions for the first time in my lifetime. And to try to sell this as some massive win when conservatives have been changing the definition of what a win would be. Initially, we were going to be there for 2 weeks. Then
I do agree with him. I do agree with him. What is the overall benefit of what we've done and what we're working towards? Why are we not just pulling out? Take the L.
was just going to be a month. Then it was going to be before Congress could
Weeks, not
do
months.
a declaration of war. Then it was going to be, I guess, shortly after that, that we were going to have like some ceasefire. We've had like 30 ceasefires with Iran and with Hamas and everybody else.
And so we're going through all of that. If this is really the case that we have to wait to knock them out, then why are we not wiping them out? I think war is bad. I also think war is sometimes necessary. Half measures do not make for a good world. If they're there and they're causing a problem, let's take care of it. I left some food out, all these fruit flies, and so I could swat them one by one, or I set up 10 traps around the fucking condo to make sure that they're not flying around. And it's working. Which would be better? Obviously, the one that's working. Joe said, I agree with Nikki, but I think the social and economic costs outweigh the social and economic benefits. Bingo. Agreed.
Ceasefire. We've had like 30 ceasefires with Iran and with Hamas and everybody else. And I'm just so curious, if Iran is set up to be such a failed state after our attacks on them, why is Israel so opposed to the types of deals that Trump is trying to cut with Iran?
Because Israel's interests in America sometimes diverge. Israel feels
sometimes. Usually we do exactly what Israel wants to do. But sometimes they diverge.
Israel's interests in America sometimes diverge. Israel feels existentially threatened in the region, as we are not. Israel has the goal of, and I think they set in their minds after October 7th, we are going to completely remake the map of the Middle East, and this requires the Iranian regime to fall. So Israel is,
let's say that again,
in their minds after October 7th, we are going to completely remake the map of the Middle East, and this requires the Iranian regime to fall. So Israel is committed to the decimation of the regime or regime change. Trump, I think, is wisely chastened by the fact that in Venezuela, as in Iran, there are some risks of quagmire, getting stuck over there.
Right, and that's exactly where we are, Dinesh. And yeah, I mean, agreed. I think we're all generally on the same page. If we don't want extreme Islam here, we don't want that. The question is really how imminent is that, and what do we do about it?
there are
And who is we?
some risks of quagmire, getting stuck over there, of risking a large number of American lives. So I think Trump is recovered the wisdom of the Reagan doctrine, which is that people need to fight for their own freedom. They fight, we help.
But that they fight, we help. What do you mean? That always turns into we just do it. That's like when your 5-year-old is trying to tie his shoes, and it's like okay, you be proud that he's trying to. We gotta go. Let me just fucking do it.
Which is that people need to fight for their own freedom. They fight, we help.
And what if they don't fight? Then what do we do? Yeah, that would have been great if we just bombed in the 12-day war and then everybody in Iran took up arms, but they didn't. So what now? Thankfully, no, but Jesus fucking Christ. That is, that's the, you were here when, were you here last night when we were talking to Box about Islam and all that? It's just the degree of seriousness that comes with Islam taking over. And it doesn't take that many people, especially because they're just subverting the left-wing party. That already has a built-in infrastructure. And generally, people who don't pay attention already think, oh, the liberals are the good guys because they're nice, and the Republicans are the mean ones because all they care about is money, and blah, 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 blah. It's not going to take too many.
Which is that people need to fight for their own freedom. They fight, we help.
What was the goal of us attacking Iran then?
The goal of us attacking Iran is
to wipe out the nuclear program.
Goal of taking the #1 global menace. And let's remember that the menace of Iran is not the same as, say, the menace of Russia. Russia is basically a Machiavellian great power. They want to increase their scope of influence. Everybody does. China does, Russia does, India does, Brazil does.
Right. I agree with you. I think that there's two separate things of what's going on in the homeland versus our homeland versus what's going on the other side of the world. I'm much, much more concerned about stuff like this in Dearborn, Michigan than Iran itself. Especially if when we engage, we're not just going to nuke them off the map.
But Iran has this added factor, and it is a certain ideological messianism, a fanaticism. They say things like, we love death more than we love life. They couldn't be more clear about the fact that we are their main opponent. That's why in the Iranian parliament, they burned the American flag. I mean, how stupid are we not to see that they have identified us as their main enemy? So,
yeah, and people will be like, well, why do you think they do that? Because America bombed this stuff. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean that they still don't want us all fucking dead. Shout out to Equality and Difference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. And how dare those Iranians try to have weapons we have? Well, they didn't even need the weapons we have. That was what Destiny said before, is that they showed that you don't need to have the same level of firepower in order to put up a fight. Obviously, we have the example of our Revolutionary War, where we were a heavy underdog, but that seemed to be something that couldn't happen anymore. That you have more firepower, you have more people, you win, and so it's not even worth fighting. Now that is no longer the case. Can't send them all back. If the left can claim you can't send them all back if the left can claim their country is too dangerous. Okay, yeah, you have to bring them here so you can send them back. You have to bring them to heel so you can send people the fuck back. Again, agreed. I think that's a different thing than bombing Iran.
You can't pretend like they're not an adversary. They are. And so in politics, it's a really good idea, if you can, to walk over to a place and clobber your adversary and put him on the ground where he can't get up.
Okay, but they got up. So what the fuck are we doing?
Now, true, you may decide, once I've done that, I'm going to sign a deal where we don't fight anymore, basically because you don't have your arms and you don't have your legs and you can't really hurt me anymore.
Except they're still maximally exercising control over the Strait of Hormuz in a way that has left the entire world laughing at the United States for the inability to actually enforce maritime trade, which was one of the biggest benefits that we had of having the largest and strongest navy in the world.
I hate to agree with this pedo. But what is wrong about what he just said?
Such that Trump was literally begging and crying and screaming for his NATO partners
Okay, well, I paused that at the right time. He was not crying and begging and screaming.
to show up. The people that he'd thrown under the bus for the past 10 years, wondering why they're not showing up in the street to help him. But the reality is,
Because they always, what did he throw them under the bus for? For not showing up? So you're trying to say that him throwing them under the bus for some non-existent thing is why they didn't show up?
Come on, man.
I am jumping back and forth, and it is difficult. It is difficult. Quality said the clobbering is what made them the enemy. Didn't make them the enemy. Islam is what made them the enemy. But the clobbering is what created the reason for the enemy to want to attack. Islamists don't believe in ceasefire, by the way. To them, it's the building up time before they attack again. People fighting holy wars don't make peace. And so then we come back to the same question. You'll hear it a million times tonight. Why then are we not bombing them off the map? If it's that serious, then why are we playing footsie? It doesn't make sense. It's either an issue that needs to be addressed or it's not. U.S. missile dolphins will control the Strait of Hormuz. Trust the process. That's what they said. That's what they said in Afghanistan. Just trust the process. But missiles and dolphins in the strait. I mean, hey, something new at least.
under the bus for the past 10 years, wondering why they're not showing up in the street to help them. But the reality is, there is no help there. Donald Trump can tell us every single day, which they have for weeks, that we've blown up every boat in the Iranian Navy. I was unaware that the Iranian Navy was a huge threat to the United States. I haven't heard of any of massive Iranian ships sailing around that was blowing up the United States at all in the past several years. But I do see all the drones flying through the Strait of Hormuz. I see tankers getting hit and struck. I see that the amount of oil that's going through there has basically collapsed. And nothing the United States has done has made that trade route any safer. It's been only bad for global trade, and it's been only bad for U.S. power over the past however many months we've been now stuck down in Iran in a war that I asked you, what was the point of going to war over there?
And notice how we can't give an answer. Optics? What do you mean by that? I mean, I know what optics are, but in this context. The same reason Israel doesn't turn Gaza into glass, it would make them look like monsters. Well, I mean, what does it matter what you look like if we're talking about a world stage where people are actually monsters? If you can convince people that what's going on over there is so bad, and if Israel can convince people that what's going on in Gaza is, you know what I mean? If it's so bad, then why are we not fixing it? It doesn't connect. If it's that bad, then fix it. Why would you look like a monster for slaying the dragon? The only way optics comes into it is if it does. We didn't actually need to do that, or if we went to slay the dragon and just kind of give it a little shiv. Quality said, no, Islam does not make them the enemy. Islam has been around for over a millennia. Why weren't they a problem to the U.S. prior to 1960? Because we were not bombing them. Well, again, but why were we bombing them? And just like the opening statement, just because Iran has control of the strait doesn't mean that when it was open, they didn't have control. And so Islam is the reason that they're that being bombed means, okay, we need to throw everything, including our lives, at this enemy. The monsters convinced the entire modern progressive movement to defend them. Well, then I hope you're all out screaming from the rooftops, shutting down the rhetoric. There's evidence to support that Iran put their military bases near schools so that when we do bomb, liberals will cry because of what we are doing. Yep. Nikki said they have always been a problem, actually. And holy fuck, learn history, because it's not like World War I didn't happen. Shout out to what was his name? Was that Franz Ferdinand? Because typically we bomb them for Israel. Well, exactly. So that is not a good reason to me. I don't give a fuck about Israel. I give a fuck about America.
It sounded like you were saying regime change, but then earlier you said the regime change has to come from the people, and I don't know what the United States has to do with regime change in Iran anyway. I'm old enough to remember that we tried regime change in the Middle East a few times, and generally it was considered an unpopular thing. But I guess in this case, it would be under a Democratic president. Of course, it would be unpopular, but for some reason, Donald Trump gets a free pass. If I were to try to find any
not for me
reason for why we're attacking Iran now, maybe we could point to them going after nuclear weapons, but that's equally confusing to me because Trump promised me and the American people that their ability to acquire nuclear weapons was completely destroyed when we bombed them several months ago. But apparently that was...
Hey, shout out to Kokomo. Thank you for the big $10, which of course gets rid of those ads for the entire stream. Thank you. So very, very much. We'll call it 10. We'll call it 10. Let me go by the colors. So we were at 138. That brings us to 148 out of 250 for the weekly movie night. 1 out of 15 and 10 out of 75 for the night with our new sponsor of the stream, Kokomo CJ. Thank you. So very, very much. 7? Oh, I appreciate you. I'll give you the points. I'll give you the points for the 10 because I appreciate it. Thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. Extra Driller said Democrats do the same. We turn it off, right? Yeah. Democrats do the same thing when Obama bombed Libya. So what is Destiny talking about? Good point.
To nuclear weapons, but that's equally confusing to me because Trump promised me and the American people that their ability to acquire nuclear weapons was completely destroyed.
Wait, I wanted to go back. Hold on.
Considered a regime change in Iran anyway. I'm old enough to remember that we've tried regime change in the Middle East a few times, and generally it was considered an unpopular thing. But I guess in this case, it would be under a...
Yeah. You know, we have Libya, Libya and Syria. Again, I'm really, really not good with foreign affairs, but yeah, crazy. How they just forget how easy it is to forget. Equality says, did some clown just assert that World War I was caused by Islam? Holy shit. All right, I'll bring it over. Them's fighting words. Nikki, he's calling you out. Thank you again, Kokomo.
A Democratic president, of course, it would be unpopular, but for some reason, Donald Trump gets a free pass. If I were to try to find any reason for why we're attacking Iran now, maybe we could point to them going after nuclear weapons, but that's equally confusing to me because Trump promised me and the American people that their ability to acquire nuclear weapons was completely destroyed when we bombed them several months ago. But apparently that wasn't true, I guess, or maybe they were able to rebuild really quickly, or maybe they found the nuclear dust, or maybe Donald Trump was just lying like he always does, but we're not supposed to take him literally, or we're just supposed to take him seriously, whatever that means. Maybe we're...
You know exactly what it means, you little bitch.
Still attacking him now because we feel like Iran can still pursue a nuclear weapon, in which case I wonder why we ever pulled out of that JCPOA in the first place. I don't remember there being a nuclear weapon on the table when Obama was in office, despite the fact that Netanyahu and Israel are always crying that they're a few weeks away from a nuclear weapon. It seems like that threat didn't become real until Trump came in again. I just, when I look at the state of the Middle East, I think a more reasonable story of what happened is Donald Trump found that he was able to go into Venezuela, he could bully a smaller country, he could abduct a world leader, and for the most part, he got away with it. And he looked at Iran and he foolishly thought that he could do the exact same thing. He tried it, he failed miserably, and now we've shown Iran, and Iran has shown the entire world, that they can actually apply an immense amount of pain to the entire world global oil economy.
With drones and basic shit. I hate him as much as you guys do, but where is he wrong?
With very, very, very cheap weapons. And because the United States doesn't have any diplomatic response on the table, because Donald Trump is not a man that can do diplomacy, and because we don't have a good military response on the table.
See, if he would just stick to the actual facts, I don't think I would hate him. But he has to, throw these digs in. And it's not necessary. You're already making a good point.
Because we didn't have clear goals set out at the beginning of this, and because we didn't even help or participate in the war between Ukraine and Russia, so we don't even know how to do drone warfare.
That leftist likability, like when Not So Erudite was up there. Extra drillers, by the way, I was talking about when Destiny says Trump gets a free pass from Republicans, but you can apply the same standard when Obama gets a free pass from in Libya from the Democrats.
Bingo.
Yep. And so the framing of this is, yeah, Iran is a mess, but to act like having a war that is not good is something unique to Republicans or to Trump. I would love to see what he said about Libya when it was happening.
We're left using Patriot interceptors, for $5 million a piece to try to intercept $50,000 Shahid drones, while all these tankers are just parked at the beginning of the strait, wondering if they're ever going to be able to come out or not.
Number one, I'm a little older than you are, and if we put a little bit of perspective on all of this, we see that by and
unless you really have something that is like, oh, you're not understanding this because you're young. If you're let's say you're having a debate about Vietnam, and somebody is a Vietnam vet and someone is, a 25-year-old whatever. That's fair to be like, oh, well, you're younger, you don't whatever. But here seems weak. Because it is weak. Because he doesn't have an answer.
you are, and if we put a little bit of perspective on all of this, we see that by and large, regime change in the world has a great and glorious history. Most of the time, it works out for the better. We've had, just to take the span of my own lifetime, we saw regime change in massively deadly adversaries like Germany and Japan.
Yeah. It's almost like extreme terrorists are not easy to deal with. And so if they're becoming a problem for us, then we need to take them off the map. If not, then leave them the fuck alone until that becomes the case. Shout out to Cameron. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Very good to see you, sir.
Massively deadly adversaries like Germany and Japan, Italy. Regime change in Italy, by the way, was done by the Italians. They grabbed Mussolini, strung him up in the piazza in Milan, and the outcome was better. In the Cold War, there was regime change in about 30 countries, all of it to the good. Regime change, not just in the Soviet Union, where they abolished the communist system, but regime change in places like Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, the list goes on. All these countries liberated at the end of the Cold War, regime change, and it all turned out for the better. I hope we see.
Well, and I mean, how old could he be? 60? 60 and Destiny is like 35 or something? I don't know. But yeah, so now Dinesh has to go all the way back to World War II and the Cold War to talk about regime change. What was the cost of those wars? Are we in the situation where, like Extra Driller said, the social and economic benefits are worth the negatives that will come with it? I was convinced that yes, that was the case. But the assumption was that they were going to stop the problem, not just that they were going to poke the bear. Like I said, Iran will build nukes and they will not hesitate to attack the world. Yes, I think the country should be glassed, but the reality is a lot of Iranians don't support the regime. And I mean, I bet a lot of Japanese didn't support support their government in World War II. But that's why I don't like war. So it seems like we are in a position where they, we it's something to keep our eye on. And then we poke the bear, and now, because we poke the bear, it's becoming an issue. And so maybe now it's existential. I still don't necessarily think so, but maybe. But if that's the case, it wasn't that way before. Nobody. I mean, obviously people were talking about Iran, but I mean that wasn't a common worry. And to Destiny's point, it's much more of a worry now than it was before. Kokomo said, I've supported Trump on the Iran war. They have their people all over the world now causing issues in Western countries like the UK and Australia. So how do we then? Okay, but I've also been supportive of the action taken previously, whether it was Democrat or Republican as president. Yeah, surprising that Destiny's telling of what a Republican or a conservative is wrong. And yeah, so like, when you say this, are you saying the country of Iran? Are you talking about Hamas specifically? Are you talking about Islamists in general? What exactly do you mean by that? He said it's not like Gaza where they overwhelmingly support Hamas. And again, if it's that bad, then it's that bad. If it's not that bad, then leave it the fuck alone. Shout out to the window. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We want to be respectful. Remember, we attack ideas, not people. You have been warned, equality. Nikki said Iran has never stopped attacking U.S. troops and its targets in the Middle East. They just don't report on all the attacks. Right, but in right, okay, and so if we had the bases there and they were attacking and we were tamping that down, then why would we need to ramp things up? Well, so we've seen attacks in the UK and Australia that have been linked back to Iran. Well, that sounds more like an immigration thing. Because if the people aren't here, then they're not our problem. We see the UK and Australia has been letting people in like crazy, which is why it is such a problem on their homeland. Not saying that I don't think too many of the wrong people, whether they're gang members or whatever. There's way too many that came in. But if they're here now, then how is bombing Iran not fueling the fire? So Quality said, Nikki's fucking crazy. Iran hasn't invaded another country in over 500 years. Why the fuck would they attack the whole world? Jesus Christ. He says, what would Sun Tzu say? Your enemy cannot rise if you leave no enemy alive. Bingo. Exactly. I'm not some pussy-footed pacifist. Well, we can, maybe if we just sit down with them and make a deal. Sometimes that don't fucking work. And I'm totally okay with that. Because that's the fact of life. But that doesn't mean that we do it unjustly and ineffectively. They're paying Canadian citizens between 15 and 19 years old to commit terrorist attacks. How do you think that bombing Iran and not taking them off the map, what does that do to those 15 and 19-year-olds? That's what I'm saying. If we have extremists here already, that seems like a much more relevant problem than who they're talking to across the world. I think if we have some type of, I don't know how it would be done, but figuring out who the fuck is in this country and who the fuck doesn't belong here, send them wherever the fuck we want. I don't give a shit. They can blow each other up in their own fucking countries.
Cold War regime change, and it all turned out for the better. I hope we see regime change in Venezuela. Now,
I mean, just letting everybody know, I am talking out of my ass. I definitely am not as well educated on the conflict as either of these two. But sometimes if you don't know, sometimes you just know.
having said all this, Regime change is, I think, a goal, but in foreign policy, you always have to measure the means that are used to achieve the goal. Can we get regime change in Iran? Yeah, but we may not be willing to pay the price. Now, if you look at this Iran war, and we got to try to be adults about all this, if you get into a war and you have clear objectives, the simple truth of it is, if you then turn around and say, well, yes, we've lost 7 men, or Iran fired a missile and it got through to Israel and killed 2 dogs, you're talking about a really powerful country.
Nobody. Everyone is losing. Everyone is losing because both of these people have the wrong ideas about what's going on. Destiny obviously being a leftist Trump bad TDS, and Dinesh just being like, well, whatever Trump does, like it's probably good for reasons. That is exactly why I wanted to show you guys this. That it's not as simple as left and right. It's not even as simple as Team MAGA versus Team America First. Because under the general MAGA umbrella, there's still neocons and warhawks and libertarian-minded people and stuff like that. And so as we are moving towards not just the midterms, but the actual general election season, then we have to be able to have some type of rubric for how we judge the people that kind of agree with us. You can agree with that immigration is doing, that Trump did great with immigration. That doesn't mean that he's doing great with Iran.
Bingo.
The woke left versus the woke right. I don't know. I think Dinesh is a little too. What's the word? I mean, like, he's too established as his thing. To I don't know how to say this. Like, he doesn't fit squarely into my idea of the woke right, but he doesn't not.
Dogs. You're talking about a really powerful country. If you had to specify in advance,
bro, can you drink when he's talking? Why do you have to drink while you're talking? Take a sip, take a few while he's talking, and then just talk when it's your turn. Yeah, they don't. But we could prevent them from creating issues here by closing the border, which was done, and sending them the fuck out. Is woke right the people who sympathize with your enemies and think it's a step too far to eliminate them? No, it's a little bit broader than that. It's a little bit broader than that.
About a really powerful country. If you had to specify in advance, you would expect that there would be enormous casualties in Middle Eastern countries, in Israel, that Iran would be hitting American targets on a daily basis. This is a war. So what I'm suggesting here is that what Destiny is doing here is setting up an absurd calculus. Iran has endured. Well, what alternative do they have? A guy getting his ass kicked in an MMA fight is enduring, but that doesn't mean he's winning. Similarly, Iran is able to lash out here and lash out there, which we would fully expect. They're grabbing onto their own backyard, no surprise. They're unable to maintain even control over their old network. So we've disrupted the whole Iranian system. So when you talk about places like Russia and China, they're like, Trump actually is willing to use force. He's willing.
Not enough. Clearly not enough. Clearly not enough. Because violence is usually the best answer unless a fly lands on your balls. Yeah, peace. Confucius say, no slap ball.
Willing to do it prudently, but he is willing to kick ass. And this was what makes him different from, for example, an absolute mindless Joe Biden, a giggling, idiotic Kamala Harris. So again, when you're measuring Trump, you have to measure him against the absolutely impermissible alternative. Can you imagine what America would have been like had the Democrats won? Can you imagine the world we'd be living in?
Right, and so there is there are a number of camps. There's a number of avenues to go down to decide where do you sit. It's way more complicated than just left, right, conservative, liberal, America First, MAGA, even those things are not, representing what the coalition of thought actually represents. And that it's going to continue to be in flux, probably until after the general election. It's probably not going to be, we're probably not going to get like a clear, oh, okay, that's what the woke left is. That's what MAGA means. That's what America First. It's probably not going to, it's probably not going to play out in a way that is confirmed until later. We're going to look back and be able to say, oh, yeah, that was woke there, or that was, whatever the label is. But right now, I don't know. We got to kind of wing it.
What America would have been like had the Democrats won? Can you imagine the world we'd be living in? The rottenness of the system would continue. The censorship would be accelerated. The surveillance would be going on. There would be political targeting to a degree that we probably never imagined. Trump would probably be serving a life sentence. So this is who these people are. This
Maybe not a life sentence, but again, when you are already making a good point that, well, what was the alternative? Then being hyperbolic is not going to help you. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. This isn't a new issue in the military. They call these people good idea fairies. After the fall of Germany in World War II, the generals want to go in and finish Russia. But no, said the good idea fairies. After the fall of the which journal? The German generals want to go in and finish Russia? Yeah. Nicht geht. This
is what they do. And Trump has liberated us from that.
Basically, every single thing you're saying is just not true.
Not true?
But I mean, I guess so.
Well, what's not
here's
true?
where the metal meets the road. Or the rubber meets the road, I guess. What do you think a successful end state for Iran looks like? What do you?
So notice how we Dinesh was bringing it to, okay, well, what was the alternative? What about the Bidens and Kamala Harris? But Destiny brings it right back to Iran, because that is if you're going to be in a Trump bad debate, Iran is the place to debate it.
Do you think it's going to look like for the United States to leave that conflict to emerge feeling like we were victorious? Because I will tell you that when Obama was in office, supposedly inept president who didn't know what he was doing when it came to foreign policy, we had a deal on the table with inspectors in the country, and we had a pathway to some kind of normalization with Iran where there was still intense pressure on that country. When Trump came into the first term, he tore up the JCPOA.
Well, and I mean, that sounds right, but again, hindsight is 20/20. And so the desire to, or the I don't know, the default to be like, oh yeah, we gotta go. I'm not saying that there's no clear signs that we need to fuck this shit up, but it's not like a light flicks on.
With nothing to replace it with. He set off the Abraham Accords and claimed peace in the Middle East without dealing with the Palestinian issue. Biden comes in, and lo and behold, what happens every time the Palestinians are ignored? They rise up and they do an attack. It happened with the first Intifada, it happened with the second Intifada, and it happened with October 7th. Go figure. Big surprise. Trump comes in the next time after achieving peace in the Middle East, and then he comes in and he does peace in the Middle East again by attacking Iran, and then he's done peace in the Middle East again by getting us in a war with Iran. What does the end state here look like? Because all I see is Trump making bad decisions, the bad decisions playing out in literally the most obvious manner possible, and then not knowing how we're going to come out of the bad position better than we were before, and conservatives somehow trying to pretend like it was a win every single step of the way. So so I'll ask, what is a positive?
What do you think? But notice how the original question of what were we trying to do and what does winning look like at this point have not been answered. If you're going to defend a war, those are two very big factors that you should have an answer for. So trying to win hearts and minds in Vietnam, and instead of carpet bombing it and being done with the commies, the communist policy so bad. What? Can we get a little punctuation, please? It's like trying to win hearts and minds in Vietnam instead of carpet bombing it and being done with the commies.
pretend like it was a win every single step of the way. So so I'll ask, what is a positive resolution where you would look at our exit from Iran and go, that was a really good idea that we attacked that?
Testing. Testing. Yep. It's old. It's just old and not good, which is why I need your guys' help to get a real one. So if you would like to donate, obviously it is not cheap, but it is crowdfunded. So you can drop a little $5, a little whatever you like, and you'll never be ear raped again. Oh, all right. Let's see. Is this gonna hear? Can you sound or no sound? Do I need to redo it, or is it? It's the commies again. CCP. Hey, I was on TikTok when the CCP still owned TikTok. All right, so they like me. They like me. You heard the video though? Video's good. That's why I played it and asked you if there was sound, and nobody said anything. Do you guys listen when I talk, or are you just watching the video? Are you just like, what is Lech covering today? I don't really care about what he says, but, he's a pretty face.
Terms wrong.
From Iran and go, that was a really good idea that we attacked that.
This is our second time debating, and what frustrates me in debating you is that I think you have the wrong self-conception that you are somehow presenting facts, and you will use terms like the
video's good now, right?
Use terms like this is positive, or this is progress, or for example, you start off with an almost devotional premise, which is that Obama was trying to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. My premise is the opposite.
Lego hair. I'll give that a dilly dilly. W Lego hair. Now I can't unsee it. Just take it right off.
Stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. My premise is the opposite. Obama was trying to help Iran to get a nuclear weapon while publicly professing the opposite to his domestic political audience.
Why couldn't they do that in 8 years then?
That was Obama's goal.
Why didn't they do that in 8 years then? That's super simple. We have history. We can just look. Why didn't it happen in 8 years then when Obama was president?
Because Iran is on a pathway to getting a nuclear weapon, and they were much closer. Basically, to get a nuclear weapon, you need a certain number of things. First of all, you need the knowledge. They've got it. Second of all, you need the resources.
You said that Obama was helping them get a nuclear weapon. He was in office for...
So again, a good debate tactic there, not a like underhanded, but doing well. He honed in on what Dinesh said, that Obama wanted Iran to get a nuke, but was lying to the American people. He was like, okay, well, let's get into that. He's like, well, when you want a nuclear weapon, the first thing you got to do is open up a chemistry book. You want to turn to chapter 3 and blah, 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 blah. And he brought him right back to what he said.
Second of all, you need the resources.
You said that Obama was helping them get a nuclear weapon. He was in office for 8 years. Where's their nuclear weapon when he was in office?
Well, The
It
argument
was just not true. I agree with what you said earlier. It just applies to you.
The argument has always been that Iran, like North Korea, is on an inexorable path to get nuclear weapons. Do you deny that the Iranians have the desire to get nuclear weapons?
They absolutely did after Trump tore up the JCPOA. Yeah. it was the
No,
one
but
thing
you're
to keep
saying
them
under
safe.
Obama, Obama was so
Well, of course they. I mean, like, if they wanted it after, then they would have wanted it before as well. They just would have had a reason to not do it.
charming and persuasive that these radical mullahs who burn the American flag and say death to America have the option of getting a nuclear weapon, but because Obama signed a document and gave them pallets of cash, the Iranians decided we will forego this ambition. We're not going to do it, even if we can, because we love Obama. Is that your position?
My position is that you can do the goofy conservative. Well, what would
It's a him. You gotta get got him or got her. Got her is for girls. Got him's for guys. Don't fuck up my meme.
Obama. Is that your position?
my position is that you can do the goofy conservative. Well, what would happen if a Democrat was in office? But the problem.
No. Not just if a Democrat. Come on, man. We are explicitly talking about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. What they personally would have done, not a Democrat. Well, I mean, I was like, wait, what? I thought you said that's him. Yeah.
My position.
Don't act like you fucking wrote that because of that. Don't act like you well, no, I'm saying like Destiny looks like a girl. Shut up. This fucking coat bullshit. Yeah, no, like she looks like a girl. Are you down with the trans self ID now? Oh, well, if you look like a girl, then you must be a girl.
Do it even if we can because we love Obama. Is that your position?
My position is that you can do the goofy conservative. Well, what would happen if a Democrat was in office? But the problem you have here is you have to actually contend with the history of what happened. And the history of what happened was Obama was in office for 8 years, and Iran did not have a nuclear weapon. And they were making no progress towards said nuclear weapon. The entire International Atomic Agency, everybody else agrees with that.
So this is a big moment of what Dinesh's argument is. Not only did he just put out an affirmative claim that Obama wanted Iran to get nukes, but his what did he just say?
Making no progress towards.
Oh yeah, and they were maybe they were making progress, but not in a way that anyone in the military or the global community felt like, oh, we need to do a 12-day war. Dinesh has to have an answer for this.
You have to act. You can do the goofy conservative. Well, what would happen if a Democrat was in office? But the problem you have here is you have to actually contend with the history of what happened. And the history of what happened was Obama was in office for 8 years, and Iran did not have a nuclear weapon, and they were.
I see a lot of shit talk. I don't see a lot of Destiny is wrong because. Just saying.
We're making no progress towards said nuclear weapon. The entire International Atomic Agency, everybody else agrees with that. It wasn't until Trump came into office the first time and then tore up the JCPOA, and then on his second time felt that it was so essential that we had to go and bomb Iran, and then we had to start an existential war against them. What happened? How is it that, I asked one more time, if you have no answer, that's fine. Obama was in office for 8 years. Why wasn't Iran able to get a nuclear weapon?
I'm going to go with Brittany. Because Ellen Page is just a weird, another one of the transes. Brittany is an example of Hollywood damage. But, I mean, not that Ellen Page is doing well.
Obama was in office for 8 years. Why wasn't Iran able to get a nuclear weapon if Obama was...
Oh, no, you're totally allowed to talk shit. Yeah, I'm not saying anybody don't talk shit. I'm just saying he's putting out a lot of good points, and I'm saying, hey, yeah, he's right about that, and... he ain't wrong. He might be a gay, fruity little 80s porn stash, whatever, but he's winning this debate.
Obama was in office for 8 years. Why wasn't Iran able to get a nuclear weapon if Obama was so friendly and warm towards them acquiring a nuclear weapon in that time frame?
Because
that's a very solid question. Like I said, he needs to have an answer for this.
Because they hadn't gotten there yet. They obviously were in pursuit. And a nuclear weapon is a huge escalation.
And they saw the Syrian civil war that Obama supposedly had some hand in
There's plenty of examples.
Funding FSA fighters weapons with, and they thought that was a signal from the Obama State Department that Hillary Clinton.
Exodiller said, we agree with Destiny, but we are mad that Destiny of all people is correct. Bingo. a lot of people literally would not be able to acknowledge that. You guys here are a step above just to be able to acknowledge that. There's a lot of people who simply would just tune out and go along with whatever Dinesh was saying just because Destiny has TDS. And that's not how you win arguments. That's not how you win hearts and minds. So, well said, sir.
Weapons with, and they thought that was that was a signal from the Obama State Department that Hillary Clinton was going to be really friendly towards an Iranian nuclear regime. They saw the death of Gaddafi, the fall of Libya. They thought that was a warm signal from the Obama administration that they were friendly towards an Iranian regime. They saw.
I thought you just said that Democrats do all this shit and nobody cared.
Constant denial to Israel of their request to constantly go in and start wars with any of their surrounding neighbors that they felt like were giving them problems. This was a positive signal to the Iranian regime. There has been one president that came in and with no mind or thought for what's going on in the Middle East decided to believe Netanyahu when he showed up at DC and said, you really got to go after Iran. They're a big problem now. I don't understand how you can look at the historical facts. If this was 2010, maybe we could have this discussion, but history has already played out and it didn't happen. What you're claiming would happen didn't happen.
I am dying. I am dying to see what Dave Smith has to say about this. And if he doesn't, then I will be very upset.
You're offering the Neville Chamberlain view of foreign policy, which is that Hitler's not a threat because he hasn't yet invaded Poland. Hitler's obviously planning to invade Poland. He's militarizing Germany. He's increasing German strength. And Chamberlain is like, hey, Link, things must be going amazing because it hasn't happened yet.
Obviously he's saying that in jest. But I think that is a reasonable position for a lot of military activity. That like, okay, if you cross this line, the big red line, then we go to war. But if you're inching closer towards the line and we use that as the line, then what's the point of the big red line?
And Chamberlain is like, hey, Link, things must be going amazing because it hasn't happened yet until it happens. And then, of course, the whole calculus changes. Obama was promoting as best as he could radical Islam in the Middle East. The best case in point has to do with Egypt. Obama put pressure on America's own ally, Mubarak, got him out of power. This was all under the great guise of the Arab Spring. And then internally, Obama pushed for the Muslim Brotherhood. Think of it, Mohammed Morsi, a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, takes over Egypt. So an American ally is now turned into an American adversary with Obama's deliberate conniving and participation. So this was an utterly bad guy trying to take America down a notch and trying to help Iran and other American adversaries. By the way, not
Egypt
because I'm
helping,
saying...
when he came into power, the first thing he did was he sent a letter to the Israeli prime minister telling him that he was going to respect. Wow. Again, you can laugh, but history has demonstrated that your position is wrong. Egypt is still and remained a strong ally.
History has demonstrated that his position is wrong. That doesn't mean that being in Iran is inherently bad, that there's no way to continue, that there wasn't reasons to go in the first place. But dealing with the fact of the matter, it's not in a good spot. And Dinesh is just coping for that. I'm sure there's a lot of people who could argue in favor of why we should be in Iran and doing everything that we're doing. Dinesh ain't it. He just, Trump said, and Trump does great, so there we go.
Doesn't speak.
Egypt was a strong ally to the United. Oh, I'm sorry. What were the Egyptian attacks on Israel or the United States since 2011? Exactly. History has demonstrated that you're incorrect. We have continued to remain strong partners with Egypt. Israel is still a partner with Egypt. The idea that the Muslim Brotherhood came in and started some huge uprising to destroy U.S. interests or things, we still have control of the Suez Canal. You know how earlier you said, well, Iran's always controlled the Strait of Hormuz, even though you knew you were being disingenuous. Notice how Egypt didn't shut down the Suez and we could still do open trade and everything through there. So you're trying to do like a counterfactual word, but the history is already there.
Yeah, the history is already there.
He said, is he wrong? Egypt seems to become an Islamic shithole in the last 20 years. They're taking over. The question is how and when.
History's proven you incorrect.
History has not proven me incorrect. Mohammad Morsi was deposed by the Egyptian military, which took over the country and has ruled it ever since and restored the American alliance. So that's the fact. What Obama tried to do was undone, but not by us. It was undone by the Egyptians themselves. They realized that Obama was taking them down the Muslim Brotherhood path. They got rid of Morsi, and the situation was reversed. You obviously don't know that.
It sounds to me like a government that was
now.
Sounds like a government was just functioning as a government does. Sometimes leaders come in that we don't like, and then other times leaders come in we do like. But regardless of anything that you're fantasizing Obama did.
And so here, I'm gonna go, and like I said, I'm jumping back and forth. I'm not playing teams. I'm going with what's good. And what did you just said?
We don't like, and then other times.
Yeah. So like the aspect of, oh well, sometimes there's just a leader we don't like, and that's the way things go. Yeah, sometimes. And then other times, there is action that needs to be taken.
We do like, but regardless of anything that you're fantasizing Obama did, the Egyptian alliance or the Egyptian partnership with the United States and with Israel,
which is precisely why I'm saying that most of the American interest in this is about immigration.
I think Obama did. The Egyptian alliance or the Egyptian partnership with the United States and with Israel remained as it was. Nothing bad happened. Iran didn't get any crazy nuclear weapons under Obama, despite everybody saying it would happen. Nothing bad happened. Egypt didn't stop working with the United States or with Israel. Nothing bad happened.
And so now they're kind of looping. But and this is where and Destiny is winning simply because he's presented a question that Dinesh is unwilling to answer. If I were Dinesh at this point, I would bring up a hypothetical. So let's say that X, Y, and Z happens, that we destroy their military campaign, their nuclear campaign, we take control of the strait, whatever. Let's say all of those things happen. Would you change your mind? That's at least, controlling changing the frame and working on your ground.
Yet Donald Trump comes in, and now I'm to be told, after we've lost more soldiers now in this, whatever war we're in with Iran than we ever did in the Biden-Afghanistan pullout, another horrible deal that was negotiated by Donald Trump, by the way. For some reason...
No. You are not. It's so convenient. It's so convenient that Donald Trump has so much power to do this, but he wasn't the president. Where was the president? Why? If Donald Trump has so much horrible influence, did the president go along with it? It's almost like that's a lie. It's almost like Trump had a completely different plan. Thought he was going to win, wanted to push it down the road a little bit so that he could have the win in his own, in his second term. But it wasn't going to be like that. It's always Trump's fault. Trump bad.
Biden-Afghanistan pullout, another horrible deal that was negotiated by Donald Trump, by the way.
Yeah, and I thought when he said another bad deal, I thought he was going to say, I thought he was going to concede some ground. It's like, yeah, Biden was really fucked that up. Nope. Trump bad.
For some reason, I'm being told that this is a good war because they were going to get nuclear weapons under a Democrat, even though it wasn't happening under the Democrats ever. Like, the history just does not support your set of facts here.
And so the way that he's just like, well, this is happening, and that was that, and that is that, that's a strong message. That's a strong message to the audience that this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just yapping. And I mean...
Which is why I will ask a final time, what is a good solution at the end of the Iranian conflict, whatever you want to call this? What is a win to you? Because right now I see it to where Iran is going to emerge from this conflict more powerful than they ever were, because they're going to have more sanctions relief than they could have ever gotten in the past, and because they might even have some amount of toll control over the oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. These are things that Iran would have fantasized about prior to Trump coming into office a second time.
So they're almost half an hour into this debate that Dinesh brought up Iran in his opening statement and has not been able to answer the most basic question. I hate to see it, but it is what it is. Because the Afghanistan withdrawal deal was actually really smart. The Taliban broke it immediately, and Biden did not have to withdraw at all, but Democrats are dumb. I don't know the specifics on like what the Trump plan was, but from what I remember, it was it was going to be a slow pullout it was a mistake on Trump's part to not just do it. But it's politics. It's politics. He thought he was going to win because he did and should have won. And so he's like, yeah, we'll just do it then. And that'll be another win for my second term. Okay. I don't like that. But what other, name another politician that wouldn't do it. The only reason Biden did it is because everybody was ready to get out because of Trump. If Trump wasn't in there, then we would just quietly stayed there like we did for the last 20 years before that. Got him.
That Iran would have fantasized about prior to Trump coming into office a second time. But so I'm curious, what do you think is a successful emergence of that conflict where we feel like we've won?
Well, I think the success is already here now, and that is a massive redistribution of power.
Yes, that was people laughing at. Well, it's here now. Is it though?
To Iran.
And that is a massive redistribution.
Wait,
I think the success is already here now, and that is a massive.
This is success? Then we never, ever, 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 ever should do anything with the military ever again. If this is success, no, thank you.
Redistribution of power.
To Iran.
You remind me of the scene in The Republic where Socrates is making arguments and Thrasymachus starts laughing. And Socrates is like, laughing, Thrasymachus? Is this a new form of argumentation I'm not familiar with? Well, what's going on here?
Sweet reference, bro. Extra said we need another 3 hours for other topics in this debate. Like we need stuff on immigration, Epstein files, and more. Yeah, they do. James jumps in a minute. And moves them off of it. But like that's honestly, I don't know if that's even fair to Destiny. I don't know that it's fair to Destiny that James is like, all right, well, we've been talking, we're halfway through and we've been talking about Iran. So maybe we want to talk about economics or, culture or something else. Dinesh should have been running away from the topic of Iran. It's going to take an enormous amount of time to properly draw down that large a military operation. That's why we had the staggered withdrawal. Biden fucked up and people died. Bingo. Biden lied. People died.
Thrasymachus, is this a form?
But Trump bad.
A new form of argumentation I'm not familiar with? Well, what's going on here is that by and large, Trump has the view, right or wrong, that there are sort of good Muslim regimes and bad ones. The good Muslim regimes, by and large, want to build up. They want to be on the frontier of technology. They want coffee shops. They maybe want...
And they'll take Sharia law if they can get it. And so I would say, well, I don't know about what Trump thinks, but I would say that there's bad Muslims and worse Muslims, or let's say there's Muslims and there's worse Muslims. That's how I would frame it, because it is that extreme, and it is that series of an issue. Oh my goodness. The sugar daddy himself, the Funk Master General. Thank you so very, very much for the 20 gifted memberships. My goodness. Guys, if you got a membership, please thank our boy Funk Master General. With that, invites you to the after party every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. At the end, the chat goes to members only. Only the disciples. Thank you so very, very much, sir, and welcome to the party. Thank you. Goated. My goodness. Thank you. Have you guys seen the video of the ghetto guy calling Joe Biden? I have not seen that, but I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't really pique my interest too much. Clinton lied, people died. It's almost like a pattern. I still can't believe her response to Benghazi. Yeah, but nobody cares when it's or everybody cheers when it's the Republicans, and everybody's so mad when it's the Democrats, right? That's what Destiny said. Like, nobody would care. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Let's update that banner and dive back in.
Build up. They want to be on the frontier of technology. They want coffee shops. They maybe want a Trump hotel. They want commerce. They want AI. They want robotics. And this is Saudi Arabia. This is UAE. This is Jordan. And Trump's idea is, I'm going to mobilize the good Muslims against the bad ones. Who are the bad ones? Iran,
Who's been
Al-Qaeda.
mobilized?
So hold on.
The U.S. is fighting this alone. You think Saudi Arabian fighter plane?
Hold on. See, I can't listen and do this at the same time. All right. So, okay, so I had that right. So we're at 205 out of 250. That is 2 out of 15 and 67 out of 75 for the night. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, the Funk Master General is our new sponsor of the stream. There we go. I'll just talk through it so that I'm not pausing and holding up the show. Although, I do notice a lot of other streamers don't seem to have the same, like, about, like, dead air. And be like, hold on, let me look something up. All right. All right. Never mind. And I don't know. To me, that's like, oh my god, everybody's gonna leave. We have to be entertaining. So thank you. So very, very much. Let's aim it in. Well, I'm trying to get rid of these fucking fruit flies, but other than that, doing pretty good. And oh, look, I got a new phone. So now it looks exactly the same, but now my the shorts that I post, even though the volume gets turned a little bit down from TikTok, it was only coming out the left ear. And so now it'll be better. Even better. Nikki said Saudi, UAE, and Jordan imprison radical imams in the West that use free speech as a shield for their calls to jihad. I mean, that, if you want freedom of speech, then you're going to get crazy people saying crazy shit. Now, as the leftists like to say, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences. So if you're taking over a town, how far? That's the question. How far do we really think that the Dearborn, Michigan situation is going to grow? Genuine question. If it is something that, or another way to think about it, at what point do you think the average, default, doesn't pay attention person, when are they going to be like, hold on a minute, this is too much. They have videos of everything in Dearborn, Michigan. They play the fucking 5 times a fucking day. Do they do it 5 times? I know they do it in the morning. Every sign has English and then Arabic. It's bad. But I'll be honest, before October 7th, I did not even know that Dearborn was like that. I had no idea. The first time I saw and remember, this is still when Israel wasn't so bad, at least in the public opinion. And the visual of seeing people in response to October 7th gathering in like a concert hall type thing and just waving giant flags and celebrating. That was crazy. I rolled up earlier. I was like, I woke up early, and early for me, meaning like 11:30. And see the fucking fruit fly, leave me alone. I got traps set all over, and they're working. Almost gone. But yeah, I'm all rolled up, ready to go. Niggas said calls to violence are illegal. Your government and mine lack the will to prosecute. That's not really how it works, though. It has to be a specific, like, you can't just say, that guy should die. It has to be, I want this person to be, stabbed or whatever they're going to say at this time, or it has to be a little bit more specific. So it's not prosecute. I mean, I'm not saying there's zero instances that should be prosecuted, but like even yelling Allahu Akbar as you stab somebody, the speech part of it doesn't really have anything to do. 40 years? What did is that for me? I don't remember what I said about 40 years. Shout out to Kelly Green. Welcome to the party. Said Muhammad, police be upon him. Muslims follow a pedo prophet. Yep. Yeah, I had no fucking idea. But how big do we think that, like, how widespread can that be before normal people who think, oh yeah, we want multiculturalism and I meant not so much the time. I meant like what type of influence. They've already taken over Dearborn, and I'm sure, I don't know this, but I'm sure that the surrounding areas are not much better. And so do they have to take over the whole state? Do they take over the county? When do we think normal people are going to realize, hey, this is a fucking issue? Sooner than later, I hope. And I think you're right, but ain't going to stop me from trying. Wake up, everybody! Wake up!
And mobilized.
So hold on.
The U.S. is fighting this alone. You think Saudi Arabian fighter planes are helping us control the Strait of Hormuz? You think we're getting out of Dubai? We're getting ships and drone defense systems? Why? Maybe we should have worked with Ukraine. I don't know. Maybe they could have actually helped us.
Well,
but
first of all,
we did mobilize. Trump did help mobilize Saudi Arabia against Yemen, but how did that go for 3 or 4 years? Nothing came positively from that.
Oh, that was a good little dig. I forgot about Yemen.
Saudi Arabia against Yemen, but how did that go for 3 or 4 years? Nothing came positively from that.
Give Dinesh a chance to finish.
Yes, sir.
Probably taking over a dozen or more cities. Oh my goodness. I mean, again, I hope not, but the fact that there's so much positive press, positive optics for Islam, for the DSA, for these ideas, I don't know. I've been trying to fucking yell it from the rooftops for as long as I've had a rooftop to yell. And I know I'm only, on the second floor, but doing what we can. Republicans were smart. They would play clips of Hassan Piker and the DSA talking for every campaign ad. If that is not the tactic, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. If that's not the tactic, then I'm legitimately going to apply to be the cultural campaign supervisor, because if that's the best they got and they're not using their own words against them, then what game are we playing?
For 3 or 4 years, nothing came positively from that.
Give Dinesh a chance to finish.
Yes, sir.
In politics, and by and large,
see, drinking when you're not talking.
This is the difference between someone who's just talking about it and somebody who's doing it. In politics, you got to ask, what do I want out of Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia.
What are you doing, Dinesh? What exactly are you doing? Are you fighting? Someone tells me no.
Out and somebody who's doing it. In politics, you got to ask, what do I want out of Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is sitting on almost infinite oil reserves. Do we really need Bedouins from the desert and white wolves to go attack Iran? No.
Drill in Alaska.
We actually want a Saudi commitment to go into the frontier of technology, to invest giant amounts of money in the United States. If Trump gets that out of Saudi Arabia, he's gotten what he could get out of Saudi Arabia. Now, Egypt doesn't have a bunch of oil. But what Trump wants to do is basically create a pro-American, pro-Western regime or
in the Middle East. We're going to just turn the Middle East and we're just going to fix it. Are you, though? Are you, though?
System in the Middle East. That's what he's doing.
We
And the
had
way
that.
you do it,
We already
again,
had that.
coming back to the Western film, is you go into the bar. There are a lot of good guys in the bar who just want to drink. And there are a lot of bad guys in the bar who are part of this, gang. You want to pistol whip the bad guys. And then someone goes, well, how is the bar any better off? Well, it's better off because the people who are drinking are actually smiling.
Okay. I will warn any of you that is very, very bad advice. If you walk into a bar and you see untoward people, don't try to fight them. I don't know what you're talking about. So if that's the analogy, then that has made me the most anti-Iran war, like, as a position of anything. That's the position. You go into a bar and there's shady characters. You can leave the bar. You can also just sit there and mind your fucking business and do whatever the fuck you want to do. Now, if you decide to stay there and they are approaching you, then it's a different situation. I think he might. I think he might be. Well, you were the shady character. You were the shady character. No, but exactly. Like if this is the analogy, they were saying we're walking into this bar where people are already hanging out, doing their thing. There's already a culture. There's already rules. There's already things that are accepted and not accepted. And you personally feel like, hey, well, those are bad guys that might probably not do something. So I'm going to start trouble.
What?
How does that make sense? And again, if that is analogous to Iran, then I've never been against the war more.
And the bad guys are all on the floor or their bodies are being carried out of the bar, things are better.
Okay, fine. But then you have to do that. Their bodies have to be dead for you to carry them out. Otherwise, you're just pissing people off. And then, outside of the analogy, spending a lot of emotional capital, social capital, and human capital. Insane. Like I said, I think he was talking to Box when he heard that. Oh, shout out to Box. It's true. I was indeed one of the shady characters. I mean, I was too. I just wasn't threatening because I'm me. A guy just got over 400 years for running a dog. Okay, I was gonna say, yep, W government for once. Save the puppies. Damn, that's wild. I don't know how. Like, that's such a foreign concept to want to see. Even like cockfighting, just any kind of like, let's put two animals in a thing, and that's weird. Because it's not like Iran just sat back minding their own business, though. Agreed. So what is our red line? And have they crossed it? If yes, then why are we playing patsy and footsie? If no, then leave it the fuck alone. I know I'm oversimplifying it, but the point is that nobody can give a good answer that's simplified. Because it's all bullshit. It's all mental gymnastics to fit the position that you want. Well, so Trump has signed landmark federal legislation that makes serious animal abuse a federal felony, and he also created a Fed task force to end dogfighting and abuse. Well, there you go. There you go. Ranch toast. What you smoking on? I think hostage taking and blowing up planes is a pretty hard line, but that's me. And fair enough. So we see that. Wipe them off the map. The optics are, hey, they attacked us. And even if you want to say that, okay, people would be very mad. Okay, great. People already hate Trump. Do you think that they can hate Trump more? Let them. He's not running again. He can't. So what the fuck does it matter? At least after the midterms. At the very least after the midterms.
To then say, well, they're still alive. Well, you didn't set out to kill them all. What you set out is to knock them on their back, and that's been accomplished. So yes.
Has it? They might be on their backs, but they're about to get up.
Is there a need to get out? Is there a need for Trump to focus on the midterm? I agree completely. I said in my podcast 6 weeks ago, I do think it's time to start packing it up, declare victory, get out.
So the reason why there's no specific
I mean, I agree with the last part, get out.
answer there is because you
I
can
just
give
gave
no
you a
answer.
specific answer.
The bad
specific
guys at the
answer
bar
is a
aren't dead?
redistribution of the fundamental architecture
Fundamental,
of power
yes,
in the
because
in the
Saudi
Middle East.
Arabia.
What? See, what does that mean? What does that mean? It's a redistribution of the fundamental architecture. Okay, and what does a fundamental architecture? What does that do? Explain to the audience. See, if Destiny was smart, he'd be like, okay, I understand what you said. I disagree, but I understand what you said. Can you simplify that so the average person can understand it? Well, I mean, it's pretty complicated, so you gotta do it. So that's what I said. And what are they gonna do about it? The UN is funded by America and NATO. Would be overrun without American military protection. Right. So it seems like we're in a pretty good spot to do what the fuck needs to be done. And even if people don't like it, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And the fact that we have the moral, righteous side, whether people hate it or not, do what's right. It's no different than the ineffectual crying over Israel striking Gaza. Yeah. It either is a problem that needs to be solved or it is not. There's different degrees of problems, but it either is a problem that needs to be solved imminently or it is not. And if it was not and it is not, then we should not be engaging in war. And again, as Destiny said earlier, well, I mean, I don't know, he kind of alluded to it, but like before the notion of us having nukes and all these big weapons, nobody really knew what would happen. So it was like, don't fuck with them. They got such a big military. And they were like, okay, well, they bombed us, so fuck them. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want to do. And they did pretty well because they know, oh, the optics, they're not going to nuke us. What's the point of either having the nukes or worrying about the nukes if nobody's going to use them? It's not like you can put the toothpaste back in the tube. And so if we see that there are people who are in a death cult, specifically to America, that are building nuclear weapons, I do not understand why a ceasefire should even be an option. If we can have a ceasefire, then we don't need a war. If we can have a ceasefire, we don't need a war. If we can't, well, hey, let's fucking go. The old nuke juke. We did it before. It worked. But again, yeah, I mean, yeah, we did it once and it worked. Is this that bad or no?
And the Gulf states, famously and historically known for hating the United States, these are already our trading partners and our allies. If these people were so adversarial against us, what are we even talking about when Bush talks about the axis of evil of Syria, Iraq, and Iran? Like, do you think that the whole Middle East is just poised against the United States, but somehow the petrodollar exists and we all trade with each other and we benefit from the oil markets and everything? Like nothing you're saying makes any sense.
You're not listening.
The reality
to me.
is, I am listening, but I don't know what bar fights have to do with the fact that history has demonstrated your position is incorrect over and over again. And the fact that Iran is poised to emerge a leader now in the Middle East in a way that they never were before, which is why Israel, the people who kind of goaded Trump into attacking Iran in the first place, are the ones that are most against any type of deal that we're trying to make with them. Because Israel recognizes that a stronger Iran means a stronger Hezbollah, it means a stronger Houthis, and it means a stronger Hamas. And that's what we're poised to see, because that's what Trump has given us, because he had no plan coming into this in the first place.
Your favorite word is poised.
I mean, he's cooking. He's cooking.
And by poised, what you mean is something is about to happen that hasn't happened that you want to pretend is real. So Iran is poised to become stronger than it ever was. Ridiculous statement.
Then why are we at... That seems to be the anti-war position.
And by poised, what you mean is something is about to happen that hasn't happened that you want to pretend is real. So
you mean like Iran bombing us? Nuking us? You're saying this is going to happen if we don't do that, so we have to do that because we do that. You can't have it both ways. Wicked said, I'm just saying that after the first nuke we dropped, that country somehow became better than it was before. Bingo. Tough love, baby, tough love. Things that Israel recognizes there's no such thing as a ceasefire in Islam. Destiny does not. How come I can fucking understand that? I'm some fucking schmuck in his living room, and he's the biggest fucking left-wing streamer, and he can't put two and two together. Funkmaster General said maybe it's because the Persians aren't the IRGC, but they share land. Okay, say more on that. What do you mean specifically? Yep.
What you mean is something is about to happen that hasn't happened.
I think that has a lot to do with the general Japanese culture, but you ain't wrong.
And that you want to pretend is real. So Iran is poised to become stronger than it ever was. Ridiculous statement.
Then why are we at war?
What I'm talking about here in a redistribution of power is relative. In North America, the United States has power relative to Canada, relative to Mexico. If Iran is weakened, that relatively strengthens Jordan and UAE and Egypt and Saudi Arabia. It relatively strengthens the Abrahamic alliance. This is the inevitable consequence of bringing one elevator down, the other seaside of the seesaw is going to go up. So I'm
one elevator down? Huh? Just give me a second. Give me a second. This is why I don't eat on stream. You'll never see me eat on stream. But I didn't need anything today. We got Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Like you said, the Persians wanted the IRGC gone. They're not Islamic. Their country was usurped by Islam. Okay, Iran, Iraq are all sit on Persian lands. Fair. Iranians are Persians. The Islamists are the minority in the country, and that sucks. That sucks to be to be part of the majority, where people are fucking up, and you're just trying to live your life. Fuck a goat. Pray 5 times a day. Do whatever it is you do. And these people want war. And so I'm just supposed to, what? Say that American lives should be put at stake? Because it's only some of them. That's not how war works. I don't know, but it ain't me. My analogies are on point.
Relatively strengthens the Abrahamic alliance. This is the inevitable consequence of bringing one elevator down, the other seaside of the seesaw is going to go up. So
you bring one elevator down and the other seaside of the seesaw goes up. What? This is the MAGA crowd as opposed to the America First crowd. Okay. I'm down with it all. Yeah, I'm down with bringing them all over here. They still got to stay in their beekeeper suit unless they're in the home. But
bringing one elevator down, the other seaside of the seesaw is going to go up. So I'm not saying that Saudi Arabia was unfriendly before and is friendly now. I'm saying that Saudi Arabia and Egypt, all these countries were nervously looking at Iran. Why do you think they're cheering the American action? Why do you think openly Muslim countries that would have a basis for solidarity with a fellow Muslim country, think of how pissed they have to be at Iran for them to cheer the United States and cheer Israel?
yeah, but that doesn't. So like, it seems like we're saying, well, there's a government that's really bad and wants to get a nuke to kill us all, but we can't really do much about it because the people, only some of them want that. Dilly. Dinesh is doing Neocon Takia. Well, I think he meant like when one side of the seesaw goes up, the other side goes down, or vice versa. But he started with an elevator, and then he said seaside, which I assume is just him misspeaking. But like, come on. Oh, bet. Great. Let's go. But we want to make sure that they're also not being subversive. You never know. We have no idea what Islamist women actually could or would do. We it's a secret. And he said Persians know that the only way is for them to arm themselves and take back their country. The IRGC murders them every time they try. Some regime change is worthwhile. And again. Agreed. So let's bomb the fuck out of them. War, you can't have a pretty war. You can't have a nice war. It either is a problem or it is not a problem. It is either big enough of a problem that we need to go to war or it is not. It can't be both. And we got the neocons who want to play both sides. It's a big deal when that helps the argument, but it's not a big deal when it doesn't help the argument. Semantic obfuscation? Maybe just more general wokeism. But feeling more comfortable putting him in that woke right box.
This is not easy for them to do, and the fact that they're doing it shows that they have had it with Iran, and we are on the right side, and Trump is in the process of remaking the Middle East just as he set out to do.
We don't need to be on a side. We just saw how Iran was able to tackle the United States because despite the fact that we have so much more military power, the optics prevent us from using them. So what is the why is a good question. But even we say, oh, we're going to do that. I guess the argument is that to get rid of the extremists and create a Middle East that I guess is Western-esque. But that's a fairy tale. The song Barbara Ann. I do. I'm trying to think of the melody. But yeah, by my ran is Greek. By my ran. I'm in the position that I don't believe that we are at the point of we need to bomb Iran. I think the issues for Americans is the people that are here now. We need to infiltrate these cells and, the imams doing this and that and that and that and that. And unfortunately, yes, we have to profile people who are of a certain ideology. And that usually comes with a certain ethnicity. But would you rather be politically correct or alive? Doesn't seem like we could. Doesn't seem like we could. Yeah, me neither. I want to remake America. Maybe not remake America, but build up America.
They're on the right side, and Trump is in the process of remaking the Middle East just as he set out to do.
We could continue on foreign policy, but
Thank you,
it might
James.
be a good
Oh,
chance, given
thank
that
you,
it's only almost a
Lord.
half hour that we've covered this. We could also transition into the economy,
It's like, bro, you guys are boring the shit out of me.
but I do want to give, if Stephen, if you feel like you have,
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are clear. I think history has not favored whatever weird version of Iranian favoritism you believe the Democrats are showing, and I think that the future will show that Iran is going to emerge from this much stronger than they were before. I mean, insofar as I guess like economic stuff, it's still kind of foreign policy-ish, but like the trade agreements that I remember we argued about this last time. We were supposed to have 100 deals in 100 days, and I said we had 0 deals, and I think now we're technically at -1 deals because now Iran is trying to attack the USMCA, which was the only trade deal he could even maybe take credit for because he's trying.
And so notice how Destiny understands that this is a winning point for him. So right back to Iran.
To destroy our trading relationship now
They do move on.
with Canada and Mexico. But I'm sure you're going to tell me how actually we've somehow magically gotten trade deals with all these other countries around the world, but when we haven't. So yeah, go for it.
Let me focus, if I may, shifting the ground a little bit here, just because I want to stay on the fundamental issue. It seems to me, okay, Iran is the fundamental issue on the foreign policy front. Seems to me the fundamental issue domestically is immigration. And here, Trump.
All right, here we go. Things are about to flip. Well, if he can do what he needs to do.
Has a giant accomplishment that, not surprisingly, has gone unmentioned, and at least on your side, and that is he has sealed the border. This is a huge deal because when you have millions, if not tens of millions of people pouring in, when you have Democrats with a straight face telling us nothing can be done, even though we have immigration laws, even though this is illegal, nothing can be done about this. Either
Are we working? God damn it. Fucking struggle streaming. Guys, that sure Mike will never, ever, 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 ever do that to you. Have you ever seen that happen with somebody who uses that mic? You know, they all use the Shure mic. All right. Of course, let me know if you can hear the video.
reform, which is massive amnesty and legalization, otherwise nothing can be done. And Trump is like,
Oh, wait, I did want to back that up. So wait, Nikki was saying, oh yeah, that you know, it can't be half measures. Anybody who has seen Breaking Bad, half measures, not very good. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! The Funk Master General again! And you know what that is? Oh! Let's see. That's 235. 3 and 97 out of 75. Thank you. So very much.
where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna give him the spoon because the flies are gonna be all over the spoon. So I'll just give him the spoon.
But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire. A light on his door. The chaos watches like an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the fray, the faithful rise up.
Shout out to Funk Master General! Again! Oh, yeah, thank you so very, very much. Shout out again to our always sponsor of the stream. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Of course, out sponsoring yourself. I'll keep it up here so you guys can enjoy the fruits of your labor.
Nothing can be done about this. Either you agree to comprehensive immigration reform, which is massive amnesty and legalization, otherwise nothing can be done. And Trump is like, watch me. And basically in 3 weeks, the border is secure. So that was done. And that remains an accomplishment because, again, what's the alternative? What would have been happening had Kamala Harris come in? You'd have the Biden policy continue. You'd have the same lies surrounding the whole thing. Now,
How many illegal immigrants does Trump say came in under the Biden term?
Too many. That's how many. Too many. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute.
thing. Now,
How many illegal immigrants does Trump say came in under the Biden term?
well, the number is debated, but it's somewhere between 5 and 8 million. It could easily be higher.
So
but,
is Trump lying every time he says 30 or 40 million?
well, Trump is, I think, talking about the overall number. In other words, there are probably 30 to 40 million illegal
He says
immigrants
40
in the
million
country.
illegals came in under the Biden admin. So do you agree that Trump is lying when he said 30 or 40 million came in?
Well,
That's
I agree that Trump is a fabulist and says outrageous things and trolls people and
we call
makes
those lies
jokes.
in the adult world. That's
Yeah,
a lie. So
but-
he lied
but-
then about the 30 or 40 million, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
Did he say 30 or 40 million, or was he talking about the total number? And even still, are we sure that it's not 40 million? What number do you have, Destiny?
In the adult world. That's
Yeah,
a lie. So
but-
he lied
but-
then about the 30 or 40 million, right?
yes, but
Okay,
he
that's okay.
did lie, but he lied about it in an atmosphere where the media has been lying to our face, the New York Times has been lying to us, CNN has been lying to us.
And so now Trump's going to do it too. And so that makes it okay, because if bad people do bad things, then we can do those bad things. It is no longer bad. It's not that fucking simple now, is it? And he said this is where wild animals are smarter than humans. When they fight over territory, they destroy the entire bloodline of the opponent. Cruel perhaps, but it prevents future conflict.
Bingo.
We can be politically correct, or we can be alive. Sorry, keep forgetting.
So we are
So
in
it
a little
justifies Trump lying, even though he's supposed to drain the swamp. He just became the swamp?
No,
or-
the thing about Trump is he's a manifest, over-the-top exaggerator. Even his own ego is so gargantuan, so Brobdingnagian, so huge that there's an element of self-parody to it. Trump in person is not like that, by the way. Trump in person is actually a very sweet man.
So again, in the way that Destiny definitely has more people in the room than Dinesh. You can hear that from the laughter and the claps and what they're saying. When you say, yeah, well, he's lying, but also he's this, and that's not helping your argument.
And so Brobdingnagian, so huge that there's an element of self-parody to it.
Cope. Well, he's lying, but it's okay because the other liars were lying, so we have to lie to defeat the lies. How about, the truth? How about that?
Trump in person is not like that, by the way. Trump in person is actually a very sweet man. He's very curious about people. He's not a narcissist at all. He shows an interest.
I don't care. I don't care about that. I'm fine with him being a narcissist. I'm fine with him being a playboy or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm concerned about how he acts as a president. And if he's going to be lying and getting us into unnecessary wars, yeah, the fucking sealing the border is fucking amazing. But is that it?
In you rather than himself. He met my daughter for the first time. My daughter was 21 years old, and he's basically asking her about Dartmouth and what it was like and what she majored in and what she wants to do with her life. And
They're going to ID me. They're going to ID me.
he was really quite stunned because he was
I could go vote, but
at the time the president of the United States. So Trump is a little bit like Muhammad Ali. I just saw an interview a few years ago with Ali. They were showing him videos of his old self. I'm the greatest. And Ali was like, yeah, I was really something. And I realized for the first time that Ali knew that he was putting on an act. Ali was putting on the I am the greatest, the thriller in Manila. I'm going to kill the gorilla in Manila. This was all his shtick. And it's Trump's shtick. He does the same thing.
Do you think that there's a possibility that he might make himself endearing to you and your family because he knows that you'll go out and you'll make good like propaganda pieces for him?
when you say, yeah, he's lying, but it's okay, because how do you not expect this type of response? Come on, man. Whether it's Trump or anybody else, specifically in politics, that's the name of the game. You do favors for people, you act nice to people, and then you get their support. This isn't anything new. You think that fucking Mussolini, before he was in power, was just like, didn't have anybody who he was nice to?
Did that ever cross your mind?
Well, by that logic, he should be nice to you also.
I mean, if I was nice to him, I'm sure he would be.
What? If that were true, that he's just being nice to you personally because he wants you to say nice things, when did Destiny meet Trump? Did I
go out and you'll make good like propaganda pieces for him? Did that ever cross your mind?
Well, by that logic, he should be nice to you also.
I mean, if I was nice to him, I'm sure he would be.
I mean, if
This is what we're dealing with, guys. This is the political landscape. This is the way more of the landscape than it should be. If you don't understand, this is what we're fucking dealing with. Both sides suck. Everything sucks. Everything's fake and gay. And us here in this chat is the only thing that can save the world. I don't know what else to tell you.
all it took, I mean, if all it took was Trump having dinner with Maggie Haberman and she'd write a favorable book about him, then that would be a rather easy way to solve our political division.
You mean kind of like the meals that he's had with Bill Maher, where Bill Maher has come out and said amazing things about him?
Probably because Bill Maher saw him up close for the first time and realized this is actually a pretty nice guy.
There you go.
Or maybe because Donald Trump is a con artist who's made all of his money in...
Unlike any politician, a con artist. What? In politics? A con artist? A con artist? I don't know about that, Destiny. I don't know about all of that. MSNBC doing a line tracker for Trump, and he said something was $10 million, but it was really $9.9 million, and they call that a lie. And yet, someone with a name and a platform like Dinesh D'Souza can't defend this. I was going to call him a pedo again, but, you know?
And realize this is actually a pretty nice guy.
Or maybe because Donald Trump is a con artist who's made all of his money in reality TV and not real estate, and he makes a living by making strong impersonations on people like you and Bill Maher to get them to say nice things about him. I don't really...
Shout out to the Zucker. Welcome to the party. Said Destiny won this debate. Dinesh is no Andrew Wilson. Not even close. And that I was almost going to skip this one, but I mean, mainly because of Destiny, but also because I just don't really care about Dinesh. He's typical neocon, arguably woke right. But they so accurately embody what's wrong with the left, in my opinion, and what's wrong with the right, in my opinion. I think you're seeing it play out. This is a microcosm of what we will see over the next 2 years. News of the meeting lying about Trump constantly is why I hate them. If he's so bad, why the fuck do they need to lie all the time? Just tell the fucking truth.
Bingo.
That was the first thing that got me down the right wing pipeline or whatever. You don't remember? If you've never heard, I used to be a never Trumper. I was a Bernie bro. But, Facebook was the main platform then, and we were talking about politics, and it's like, wait. I'm with you guys. Trump is bad, but, we don't need to lie. If it's really that bad, if you lie, then it makes it seem like there's no real bad things. I was that close. Shout out to Craig over on Rumble. Welcome. Said both of these knuckleheads are an embarrassment. Trump was talking the overall number, which is the same number that was spoken about under Obama and Biden. Yep. This is the horrible. So these are the two sides of the political enemy. We have the left and the woke right. Both will help destroy this country in different ways. Where's my fucking mouse? Media literally created two realities, the one they spin and the one where people actually do research, which that was illegal to do research. You remember, was it Brian Stelter? It's like, what do you mean you're doing your own research? You're like, oh my God. What a crazy time that was. How did we fucking live through that? So like I said, I saw Jesse on fire recently. I was curious, would you coach Jesse? He might debate Andrew Wilson over the Charlie Kirk topic, apparently. Hey, if he wants me to help him, I will be happy to do that. But I don't think that Jesse feels like he would need my help. My opinion on that is mine to keep. But yeah, if he hits me up and be like, yo, I got this debate, do you want to run through this? I would happily do that.
Or maybe because Donald Trump is a con artist who's made all of his money in reality TV and not real estate, and he makes a living by making strong impersonations on people like you and Bill Maher to get them to say nice things about him. I don't really care about Trump interpersonally, as a human being. I don't know why anybody would. We should care about him in his capacity as the president of the United States of America. If you're telling me that interpersonally he's this nice, humble man, but as the president, he's prone to exaggeration and falsehood, why would I care about how nice he is when you're playing bingo or cards? I care about him when he's speaking in his capacity as president of the United States.
The falsehood we're talking about is exaggeration, trolling, bombast. And Trump is so manifestly doing this that I think...
He's unqualified to be president, I guess?
Well, look.
He is the president, so...
Here's what Trump will say. Trump will say something like, if the 2020 election hadn't been stolen, I could probably have won California. This is manifestly
that, but
untrue.
10 times slower, I guess.
Trump actually knows it's untrue. But Trump is doing it because he knows the triggering effect it will have for him to say it. And that's why he says it. And that's why I support him saying it.
And that's why I don't support him saying it. Because there's enough division. Your face, your voice creates division. You, as the leader and the person who's on the right side of history, should not be, again, poking the bear, whether it's the left or whether it's Iran. How about you tell the truth and bring people together? We know the TDS people are out there, but let's not pretend that the average person is riddled with TDS. Most people, especially at this point in time, are not thinking about politics. They don't care. Unless Trump says something that they can hate, and it just fuels the division. And that's why I'm supporting him saying it, because he's dunking on the libs.
It will have for him to say it, and
does
that's why
he
he says it, and that's why I support him saying it.
Okay.
So it's okay to lie as long as you trigger people hard enough? Is that the rule that we're supposed to take?
No.
That's
Again,
essentially what you said, because
That is what he
you're
said.
saying he's just triggering people. He triggered his own side into a massive riot at the Capitol on January 6th. So I don't know what you mean when you're saying.
Oh, here we. So okay, now notice the applause.
at the Capitol on January 6th. So I don't know what you mean when you say
Look, this is like Vogue magazine saying Michelle Obama is the most beautiful woman in America, right? Everybody knows it's false. Everybody knows it's a lie. Or Dylan McVaney is actually a gorgeous woman. This kind.
Good recovery. I still think it was a stupid argument. But good recovery. Michelle Obama, the world's most beautiful woman.
Is this the same lie that Donald Trump tells us when he says he loves his beautiful wife when he was fucking a porn star, when she was at home taking care of their newborn child? I mean, what do you mean?
Don't you have children and cheated on your wife? If that's so bad, why did you do it?
We could, like, come on.
I thought he just got finished saying, I don't care about his interpersonal bullshit. And then you bring up his interpersonal bullshit. Come on, man. Now, if Dinesh was smart, he would call that out and say, hey, you just literally in the last sentence said, I don't really care about that. And I don't think anyone should. But if I can make you look stupid, then I care about it now. But he cheated. Cheating's so bad. I hope I never, ever, ever come across somebody who ever cheats in their whole... Oh, wait. Watching the twos makes you think we ain't never gonna make it. Well, that's the silver lining. Is that the bar is so low that all we have to do is be engaged and it will get better. It can't get much worse than this. All you gotta do is keep pushing. It's not a thing that just happens. It's a process that takes time. And it's individual debates, individual sound bites, individual articles that, grains of sand make the heap. And it's not in a good place, but it's also not like these are two. It's not like the level of intellect in these arguments is very high, but we just disagree with them. They're just bullshitting. It seems like that Dinesh didn't fully understand that, like, Destiny is a debater. Because he's just kind of talking instead of bringing an argument. We can say, do you think TDS is permanent or will it go away in 2028? Will there be a measurable damage of what it does to people? I think there's an aspect that's going to be permanent. I don't think it's going to just like drop away in 2028. But I think by 2030, 2032, in the same way, we're like, oh my God, do you remember fucking COVID? People were like double masking. You'll still see people masking up in their cars by themselves. But for the most part, that's gone. But it took some time. So I think the same thing will happen. No, the fuck you do not. Why would you want half of the voting base for the country that you live in to be permanently retarded? Why would you hope that? That is the best thing about the fact that he can't run again. That there's a level, even though I do think there's permanent damage, and I do think it will take a while, but it will lessen, if not completely go away. But wanting people to be crazy and then casting votes against you?
What?
Okay, bro. The TDS is permanent because these people have dug in on issues just to be contrary that are so damaging that they can't ever admit they were wrong.
Bingo.
Anybody with a trans kid sure shit ain't gonna like Trump. On video while he was married, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Trump is so bad. I mean, 50-50 there. Yeah, I think he was married. I'm not sure. I don't know the timeline, but I think so. So it will make them weaker as enemies if they remain fixated on an invalid target. I don't think you're right, bro. Whatever, like, so we are in a post-Trump political landscape. What comes next is we're not going to go back to even the Obama and McCain era. That's gone. We are now in the blood sports era of politics. So they'll just move that hate from Trump onto the next person. You remember Hitler? Oh yeah, once Hitler is gone, then nobody will even think about it anymore. Because now they can not only say, he's the next Hitler, they can say, he's the next Trump. These liberals didn't live through Hitler, but they sure as shit lived through Trump. And despite what actually happened, they think it's the worst time period in history. So no, it will not make them weaker. If anything, it will make them stronger. It will give them something to coalesce around. We had Trump, we lived through Trump, but we can't have another one, and this guy's the next Trump. Done. You've got all of their votes. Done. That's what will happen if TDS is permanent. So I'm pretty sure you don't hope that. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And then, I mean, even broader is the abortion thing. If we can have a smaller degree of division, then conversations about these tough topics will be had. That doesn't mean everybody's going to jump on board. But it was only a few years ago where if you said something negative about trans and kids, then you are right-wing, whatever, conspiracy theorist. There's nobody doing that. It's only trusted professionals. You think those people are gonna be like, you know what? You guys are right. We take that L. They're gonna say this guy's even worse than Trump. Not good.
Fucking a porn star when she was at home taking care of their newborn child. I mean, what do you mean? We could, like, come on. Donald Trump is not a beacon of morality.
No one says that Trump hasn't been a playboy in his earlier days, but
such a playboy that he had to pay her for sex. Yikes.
Well,
you don't pay for the sex; you pay for them to leave. And again, I thought you didn't care about this.
A lot of this stuff is claims and counterclaims, and we also live in a system, unfortunately, where even juries have become untrustworthy
Just
and
the ones
polarized.
Is that true? I don't know. I feel like the elder Gen X is really where we see it most. I don't know. He was married to the girl that was about to let a violator on live stream. Oh, hold on. I'm a dancer. Sign West.
True. You ever taken any dance classes?
I used to compete in ballroom dancing.
Hey!
So yeah, exactly.
It's like a dancer.
over here, the perfect form.
I haven't done it in so long though.
Wait, what kind of ballroom? What are you doing?
All the 10 dances. I was competing all of them.
That's a lot. Which one's your favorite? You one of them foxtrot motherfuckers? You be like,
one,
Just look at his
I
face.
don't know if I had a favorite one.
you ever seen her
They're all
dance?
very different.
Wait, it's not go. Destiny should go. See what? No.
No, you've never seen it. I haven't done it.
Do it, guys. Go, Destiny. Take a mental day. Rich white people. What? He's black.
Years is the thing. So I'm very curious if I started, but like I can understand. Like if we danced, you would be able to like what do you
Lead
call it?
you.
Like yeah, exactly, really well because I would probably figure out like the basics.
All right, how
steps
fucking
and I'd
long is
figure out,
this?
like, how to...
Said 2 minutes.
Oh no! Okay.
Mel time.
Why did I say this?
Not bad for a white girl, but
Mel time.
Okay.
It's
All right.
it's
What's that?
it's Mel
Oh, she
time.
got the form. Okay.
Alright.
So we're just doing salsa. We're just going.
Yep. Okay.
whoa, whoa. What was that little? He's
So we're just doing salsa. We're just going.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh god.
Kind of works.
No, it's definitely not. It's not all Gen X for sure.
5, 6, 7, 1. 5, 6, 7. Hey, she can really
Yep.
do it.
Nice.
She can really do
Really
it.
kind of
No, don't be so
Yeah.
shy. You got this.
It's so long.
That's fine. That's fine. I can tell you were like a little bit.
Renee Good was Gen X.
It's fine. You good?
Yeah.
Yo, you want to know how she knew what she was doing? She did this. She went. That's how I knew, man. She started flexing them shoulders and them traps. I was like, oh, she's not playing.
Got him.
I was getting footage for his next video on me. Thanks. That's what's going on here.
Oh my God, he let his wife dance with another man.
You got to address it. I mean, what are we talking about? The entire chat is going like, hey, yo. But that's, if we're talking about people's personal lives and how that relates to their politics, we can play that game. Homie. Just sleuths.
He said it.
System, unfortunately, where even juries have become untrustworthy in
Just
a
the ones that vote
polarized
against-
environment.
Yeah.
A case in point is the January 6th defendants. Most of those guys went before absolutely one-sided juries. 11 out of 12 Democrats, not a jury of their peers. Again, should they have broken into the Capitol? No. But were they over-prosecuted, over-punished? People actually took their lives over this incident, committed suicide. The Biden administration did that to them. And it did that to them, really why? Because many of those people were white, male, Christian, and conservative.
Oh. I wasn't sure. But I am now. Destiny might be a cuck. But Dinesh is squarely on the woke right. Well, it's because of their race and color and because they're coming down on Christians.
Many of those people were white, male, Christian, and conservative.
I think it was
That's-
probably because
that's
they
why
were riding.
That's why
at
they
the
were treated
Capitol.
that way.
I think it was probably because they were riding at the Capitol with an attempt to overturn
No, it's because they were for Trump.
the results of the last election. I think it's probably more likely what was going on there.
How were they going to overturn those results? Tell me.
I bet she's got a lot of anger that needs to come out.
Preventing the certification of the vote.
Couldn't they meet tomorrow and do it?
Wait, what?
By preventing the certification of the vote.
Couldn't they meet tomorrow and do it?
I don't know how long they could have prevented it for.
Are you actually suggesting that these guys who went into the Capitol would occupy the Capitol, and then when the police showed up and the military showed up, they would nevertheless hold the Capitol
With no weapons.
and prevent the transition of power? I mean, you have
what you're telling me just sounds
bought
like
into
another
this
one of-
fanciful cocoon
Yeah.
of subverting the government, overthrowing the election. The thing is, you repeat this bullshit to yourself for years, and then you come to believe it.
It's
Those
kind of
people
funny,
who
actually,
went there
when you
were
put it that way,
screaming
yeah,
at their
a half-baked-
representatives to do something to investigate
Yeah.
the facts of the matter, which they never did.
Yeah,
Slapping, choking, gagging.
the facts of the matter were investigated.
They
And
were
Donald
not.
Trump and Sidney Powell and
Rubbish.
Giuliani, yeah,
Rubbish.
I agree, were rubbish. They lost every single court case they brought.
Not
They
a
had
single court case
absolutely-
looked at them. Name one court case that
absolutely
looked at the
nothing.
merits.
What do you mean? If you
What, did a single court case actually investigate the factual question?
First of
what,
all,
No.
over half of them did. Yes, number
No.
one. Number two, if you can't make standing on a case, why should somebody even hear the merits?
There you go. So I'll tell you why. Because what the courts did, and Courts are
Can you
understandably.
explain what
Well,
is
let me
standing?
answer.
No, explain what standing is and what merits are for the
Certainly.
audience. I guess
So
tell us.
standing means
Yeah, for the audience. Tell for the audience. Shout out to Colby. Welcome to the party.
What
Well,
is
let me
standing?
answer.
No, explain what standing is and what merits are for the
Certainly.
audience. I guess tell
So
us.
standing means you have to have a legitimate position to bring a case.
So
right?
how do
Hold
you
on.
have a case
Well,
with the merits
can I
and no
answer?
standing?
Well, just to be
You
sure,
asked me a question.
Yeah, I'm
answering.
curious. How do you have a case that has merits and nobody with standing can bring the
Just
case?
to be sure.
Oh,
It's almost like corruption.
Just to
okay.
be sure, do you feel like you got enough time to answer that one?
Well, let me just spell. I'm gonna. Here's the thing about standing. The truth about standing is every citizen has a stake in the election, and so you would think that any citizen who brought a case on this matter, you'd be like, okay, let's look at it. Right? There were a lot of, by the way, suggestive reasons. It's not as if this just came out of nowhere. The windows boarded up, stopping 5 places, stopped the count within a few seconds of each other. Think about this. Supposedly, each state is conducting their own count, and yet they all stop the count at the same time. And to this day, you don't know, and I don't know, and he doesn't know who gave the order.
Why was he not talking about this the entire time? I forgot that I went to a movie theater with Papa Lutch for what was his fucking his movie? Dinesh movie. No. Movie. Death of a Nation? No. It wasn't 2000 Mules. It might have been Vindicating Trump. I don't remember, right? But it was one of them. It played in limited theaters. My dad wanted to see it, and so I was like, "Yeah, well, I'll go." And it was basically just a commercial for Trump, unsurprisingly. But this is where he's strong on the voter fraud stuff, on the immigration stuff. Why did you spend so much time letting Destiny drag you down with Iran? Because you were just talking. You weren't debating.
Same time, and to this day, you don't know, and I don't know, and he doesn't know who gave the order.
That's not
So-
true. None of this even
Well,
happened.
who gave the order?
The idea that all the states stopped counting at the same
They
time.
all
is not
stopped
even
counting
true.
within a few seconds of each
No,
other.
they literally not.
Okay.
They're literally
So
at different
why is
time
it the
zones
case
for-
then
for
that
polls
Trump was
close at
leading?
different days. None of this is true, but okay. There's a reason why you guys can't point to any court documents, any
He literally just asked you to point to something, and you're like, "Well, what was it?
the idea
Who gave the order?"
that all the states stopped.
And, well, the idea
counting
that
the
They
same
all
time.
stopped counting within a few seconds of each
No,
other.
they literally not.
and so you're just no.
Okay.
They're literally
So
at different
why is
time
it the
zones
case
for-
then
for
that
polls
Trump was
close at
leading?
different days. None of this is true, but okay. There's a reason why you guys can't point to any court
2020.
documents, any filings, anything that demonstrates the truthfulness of anything. It's why the only guys that defend this idea are the crazy My Pillow dude who sells pillows for $14.88
No.
on his website, Mike Lindell. Yeah, we can watch the video. We can watch. There's hours of footage of Sidney Powell lying to people, lying to these committees that are listening to them talk about all the fake votes. We can.
Yeah, we have hours of footage of Democrats lying about this, that, and the other, and specifically about voting and mail-in ballots and all that shit as well. You can only have this position. You can only have this position if you are looking at Trump in a vacuum. It doesn't work any other way. You have to look at Trump in a vacuum to make these complaints without it going right back in your face. Unless we're just saying, yeah, government fucking sucks. Agreed. Let's all go the fuck home. But that's not what we're talking about. Is Trump a pro or a con for America? And so that has to be that has to be measured. Unless, again, you are backing up and saying by definition, because he is part of the government is bad for the people. So no, it's a negative. Okay, I can't argue against that, but that's not the argument that you're making.
See the State Farm Arena footage where she says, we don't know where the boxes came from. They were literally counting them. They put them under the table and then they brought them back out. The full video footage exists. There's a reason why they can't even make standing on these cases. You are right. There were a lot of people that would have had standing to bring these types of cases, but none of them.
And so here's where it's like, so would you say, Destiny, that it's impossible that there was an ingenuine reason that these cases had merit, but were claimed not to have standing? Yeah, that's possible. Okay, so then prove that it didn't happen. You can't. That's how you do this.
The cases had good merits, and the judges knew that
No.
people like you, who had nice interactions with Trump, would be doing propaganda for him. Even the ones that were thrown out on standing, the judges addressed the merits of those cases. If you'd read a single one of those decisions, you would have actually seen that.
I actually
They
have-
had the ability to make all of this evidence public. Sidney Powell Giuliani, where is it? Where is all of the investigation? Where's all of the public evidence for all of the Tina Peters people they had digging through these machines in the background? Notice that there is
Hidden. Are you sure that it's not?
not a scintilla of positive evidence that there was a single vote that was actually changed or rigged or anything improper happened anywhere. Why did they lose on
Ever, anywhere? Because my own state just uncovered, I think it was like tens of thousands of illegal immigrants voting.
every single court case, even when there were judges that were looking over this that were Trump nominated, Trump appointed judges?
Yeah. So the judges were scared to get into it
Oh
because
my God.
hold on, because a judge
In case you
In
missed
June
it.
of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error
It
in New
wasn't
Jersey's
me.
motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state.
I believe they've increased that number since then, but don't quote me on that.
When New Jerseyans applied for a driver's license or identification at the MVC, they were asked if they wanted to register to vote. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway. The error in the
Oh, that dirty, dirty software.
software was corrected a year later in June of 2024. That is more than 2 years ago. I learned of this last Wednesday, and I immediately ordered my chief counsel to launch a comprehensive investigation. Currently, the Division of Elections is working to ensure anyone who is illegally registered is removed from the voter rolls. Initial analysis shows that fewer than 400 newly registered individuals voted in an election due to this software error. They were registered as Democrats, Republicans, and the majority unaffiliated, and were scattered across the state. But let me be clear, this entire situation is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that the vendor released software with such a glaring error. It's unacceptable that the MVC took a year to get this issue fixed. And it's unacceptable that no one in the previous administration brought this to light, demanded accountability, or took action when it happened years ago. For too long, the trend playbook has been to avoid tackling and solving tough problems. New Jersey's better than that. And I'm working to create a different culture, one where
He was president.
we are both effective and transparent. This failure didn't occur under my watch, but accountability starts now. Because the people of New Jersey shouldn't have to wait a year for a problem to get solved, or 2 years to learn it even happened. I'm taking immediate action to make sure
Blah, 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 blah. And so then Nikki says the company said it was a lie. A lie? I don't know about that. But wait. Did the software company blamed for the illegal votes in New Jersey respond to the claims that it was a software error? Yes. The company Idemia has explicitly rejected New Jersey government's Mikey Sherrill's characterization that it was a software error on the company's part. It was actually an important part of the story that was initially missing. Oh, just missing. The system correctly recorded that the people answered no to the question when asking whether they were U.S. citizens. Those same people also apparently answered yes when asked whether or not they wanted to register to vote. And as a New Jerseyan, an actual citizen, I can tell you that yes, if you go and get your license, they will register. They will ask you to be registered to vote. They said its software processed those answers according to specifications approved by New Jersey. The software did not falsely mark them as citizens. The information was transmitted to the New Jersey Division of Elections, which IDEMA says was responsible for validating and adjudicating eligibility before allowing registrations. So there's a genuine dispute over what should be called. Cheryl, description basically, they said they weren't citizens. The software nevertheless registered them. Therefore, the software had a serious error. Whereas the company is saying they said they weren't citizens and said they wanted to register to vote. Our software transmitted those answers exactly as designed. New Jersey was supposed to reject them based on citizenship information. And there's an especially interesting wrinkle. Company says the state didn't instruct it to automatically treat a no to citizenship answer as a do not register response until June 2024, after the problem existed for over a year. That doesn't mean they're completely exonerated. A legitimate question of why the system would allow someone to proceed. Most accurate characterization is a failure in the design and process of New Jersey's automated motor voter system. And then, what is it? And yes, I do respond came also immediately within a day of what she said, of what we just saw. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. It's almost like politicians lie. It's almost like politicians cheat. And yes, Trump is one of them. But he's not the only one, and he's far from the worst of them.
Judge,
Yeah.
so the judges were scared to get into it
Oh
because,
my God.
hold on, because a judge, by and large, is in the judicial lane, and they don't want to second guess an election process. It's too complicated. They've never done it before.
Remember
And hold on,
Bush v.
why don't
Gore?
Let me
What
finish.
about Bush
hold
v.
on.
Gore?
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Let me give you the big picture here that I think will convince reasonable people that something fishy happened in a big way. I'm not talking about 10 guys from a nursing home. So Obama got 65 million votes in 2008. He got between 65 and 68 million votes in 2008 and 2012, his two elections. Hillary got about the same number of votes, about 65 million votes. Kamala Harris, years later, with a demographic shift in the country, got close to 75 million votes. Now, Joe Biden in the middle, Joe Biden.
It was like 80 million, right?
What's my middle name, Biden? Gets 81 million votes. 81 million votes, which means that 15 million more votes than Obama mysteriously showed up for Biden, and promptly 6 million of them at a minimum vanished even after the 2020 election.
Yeah, that sounds like things that didn't happen. It sounds like someone's lying.
So Biden, the guy who can't raise a
Nope, that was Ashley. That was Ashley. I don't think I don't think we're ever gonna get that. They used to be buddies, but they hate each other now. I mean, maybe. I don't know, but like, what even would they debate? Like, as much as I don't like Destiny, he's at least like a serious person in terms of debate, where like you can have this conversation and you can say all the wrong things and whatever, but he's engaged in the debate. Hassan doesn't operate like that. He just starts yelling and says, "You're racist. You're whatever," you know. So I think that would be. I think that's better in our minds. I think that's better in our minds than it would ever be in real life. Man ain't mathin'.
After the 2020 election. So Biden, the guy who can't raise $100 to build his library because everybody basically considers him to be a vegetable and a pawn. This Biden is evidently the most popular figure in U.S. history, surpassing Obama and every other Democrat.
How many votes did Trump get in that election?
Which election?
Enough that he would have won.
The one that Biden got the most votes.
Trump got about 65 million.
Okay, how is it the case?
So let's fact check that. How many votes did Trump get in total in the 2020 election? 74 million. But Joe Biden, yeah, okay, great. I was going to ask that. So he got 74 million, enough to win any other election. But Biden, 81 million. I mean, this guy, people can't get enough. People can't get enough. Shout out to Chronic. Welcome. This one is another that debates with solely talking points. Well, I agree, but I still would put, comparatively, I put Destiny up here and Hassan down here, specifically in terms of debating. Destiny knows how to have the conversation. He might be a little shit, but Hassan is legitimately retarded. Probably. Oh, wait, you meant for Biden? Yeah, probably more. More than that. They just rounded down. It was actually 1,200 million. Welcome to the party. Let's dive back in.
Trump got about 65 million.
74 million.
Okay, how is it the case that under Donald Trump's presidency, where he is in control of everything, somehow he is able to
He's in control of everything? What does that mean? In control of what?
rig it so that Biden gets more votes, or Biden is able to rig it while Trump is president?
Yeah.
But then when Biden is in office, how is it that he's not able to rig it so that Kamala Harris, his vice president, wins the next election?
Because one of them has a 50-year career and was the vice president already in a arguably good and successful administration, and the other is Kamala fucking Harris. We already don't fucking believe that Joe Biden got that many votes. You honestly think that you could have sold to the American people that Kamala Harris got more votes than Trump with 107 days after the man was shot in the fucking face? Come on, man. Why? I don't know. See, I don't fully know that because I only get exposed to Hassan through the Legendary series, and I don't even know his name, but Pegasus cuts out all the bullshit. So it moves along. So I never have to, that's why I love the Legendary series. You never have to go and give them any views. You never have to, pay attention to, hop in their stream and, oh, what's going on here? Blah, blah. You just get the highlights and I'm like, oh, that's who they are. And it's not twisting and clipping and cutting. It's taking their words and just putting it in context out there. They say it. Because universal mail-in voting is a system just waiting to be used for fraud, and the left likes to pretend otherwise. Bingo. Yep.
Well, I'll give you two answers to that question. The first one, you already know, but you're pretending not to remember. COVID. COVID gave the Democrats a chance to change.
Who was the president during COVID?
But it doesn't matter
who was the president during COVID.
Who makes the rules of elections? The states do. Where was all the
Thank
rigging?
you.
The rigging all occurred in Fulton County. It occurred in Phoenix, Arizona.
And they couldn't rig it again in 2024?
Philadelphia. So my point is, this is where the rigging occurred.
No, with no evidence, no proof, and it doesn't make sense.
What
It's
do you mean
ridiculous.
Source.
Evidence. You know it's ridiculous, right? So,
You don't think it's evidence that 150 million more people voted in any other election? That's not evidence? Come on.
The Democrats were able to rig it under a Republican president, but the Republicans can't rig it.
Because a Republican did it, so Republican always do it. If you could do it, then you could always do it. It's the same thing. No, Destiny. It is a completely different political landscape with a completely, entirely different human being. You fucking retard. More than I can count.
It doesn't make any sense. And then
Yeah, because you're saying it in a way that doesn't make any sense.
to mention the fact that the crazy story that you're telling, there's no facts or there's no proof for literally any of it.
It's not a fact that he got 81 million votes. That's not a fact. It's not a fact that they all stopped the counting at the same time. It's not a fact that after they stopped counting, that the vote count for Biden for Biden went up. Seems like evidence to me.
Despite all of this, despite the fact that Donald Trump has, by the way, he said every single election since 2008 has been rigged. He came in 2016 and he put together a committee to try to find all the rigging. He found absolutely nothing. He's come in recently and he tried to find evidence of all the rigging, and he's found absolutely nothing, despite him sending
Except in New Jersey.
his weirdo FBI agents and Tulsi Gabbard to Fulton County and all these other places to try to seize
And New Jersey.
ballot boxes or try to seize voter rolls. We still have absolutely no proof whatsoever that the 2020 election was rigged, despite all of you guys repeating it over and over and over again. And I hear this crying about standing and crying about they didn't look at the merits. The reality is there's just no good evidence. And you know how we know that more than
Some people are too far gone. But do not let... There's a difference between convincing Destiny to change his mind and convincing somebody who watches Destiny to change their mind. there may be an aspect of similarity, but just as we were talking before about how Nikki was saying that, the people that trans their kids, they can never go back and be like, oh, whoopsie, I was wrong about that. Destiny can also never not be him. Especially now that he is, a fucking confirmed degenerate, as if people didn't know before. You're not going to get a mainstream audience now, so you're just stuck to your main audience, and that's just going to get more and more and more and more and more polarized. But the people that are watching, some of them, probably a majority of them, if not half of them, are normal-ish people who went down the wrong pipeline. They're not too far gone. Certainly not all of them.
Anything else. We know that because, one, every single anchor at Fox News knew that all of the vote rigging.
Oh, well, it's Fox
we saw that
News
leak in the Dominion lawsuit, and we know that because we haven't seen any of the evidence publicly. We saw the same 3 videos played over and over again that were debunked literally 12 hours after they came out, and nothing new has come out since then.
Well, you're stating as fact things that are not fact. What the judges basically said is this: if you brought the case before the election, they go, well, the election hasn't happened, and so it's premature to bring the case. If you brought the case after the election, they go, oh, it's moot. The election's already occurred. So
I forgot about that.
In either case, they denied standing.
No, that's
they denied
not
standing.
true.
It is true.
That-
They
to be
denied
clear,
standing
no.
beforehand because it's premature, and they denied standing after because it's already done. It's
That's
a done
what they were,
deal.
the reason
That's
why
a
they were
fact.
denying it is because Republicans were trying to say that they didn't like the rule changes only in the states after they lost the elections. For
What? It was only after the election that people are caring about mail-in ballots. Come on, bro. That, is a lie. That, is a lie.
you to contest
And
a
let's look at
rule
those.
change, for you to contest a rule change after you lose, obviously makes it look like you didn't really care much about the rule change. All you cared about was the fact that you lost the election. The proper time to challenge those rule changes would.
But even in a general sense, that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. Let's say that we want to do a dog training competition. And I say, and you say, okay, well, since you're an actual dog trainer, then the way that I want to do it is I get this handicap. And I feel like that, I mean, yeah, I'm a dog trainer, but, I don't really think that's fair. But I mean, like, all right, if everybody is going to do that, and then we do the thing and you win because of that handicap, just because I went along with it doesn't mean that it was fair. This isn't, it's not rocket surgery. It's a very simple concept. The rules were the rules. The rules were changed, unfortunately, through a legal path. Plenty of people were up in arms about it. But even if they weren't, why does that matter? It's not true. They couldn't challenge the thing. Hypothetically, it had to happen first. Yeah, I completely forgot about that whole thing. There's so much bullshit.
All you cared about was the fact that you lost the election. The proper time to challenge those rule changes would have been through your state parliaments prior to the actual election itself. You can't wait till the election happens, say you don't like the rules because you don't like the results, and then the only remedy that you offer the court is to throw out the results of that election.
Well, how do we know that they didn't? How do we know that they rejected it on standing if nobody was bringing a case? We're saying they're rejected beforehand because it had to be after. So, but also nobody cared until after.
What?
Both of those things can't be true. Both of those things can't be true. Guys, do keep an eye on that timer to add push-ups. We are running into the members only
you don't like the
after
results,
party.
and then the only remedy that you offer the court is to throw out the results of that election. That's absolutely.
As opposed to, let's say, again, hypothetically, Dinesh, where are you at with this? Okay, let's say hypothetically that the evidence was there, and we challenged it after the fact, and it was proven that there was fraud. Would you not throw out what would you do? Not throw out the election? You say these things in a certain manner. And even your debate opponent can be like, oh shit, am I? Am I talking shit? Am I stupid right now? And the audience is definitely like, well, that guy's confident, and this guy's mumbling and not answering questions. This is why whoever we is, I don't know who we is. That is yet to be seen. But whoever we is on a national scale need to oust this shit. The left can do better, not by much, but the left can do better, and the right sure as shit can do better than Dinesh D'Souza.
Absolutely insane.
It's not insane. If a rule has been changed that is unconstitutional according to
is
the
he going
state
there?
law, the election should be thrown out. That is actually the law.
Then they should have challenged
hold
it
on.
before then.
They did challenge it.
You just said we were just arguing about the standing.
The law says this. Look, I mean, I made a movie about this. I know.
Yeah, and I don't think you know how the governments work. all the parliament.
Shout out to Board20 TV. Welcome to the party. The problem with election fraud is that it never happens at the scale necessary to swing an election. Unless machines are rigged, which people have questioned since they were brought in. Or mail-in ballots. Do you reject the notion that mail-in ballots change the basis of how an election occurs?
Have to, or all their state assemblies or their state legislatures have to do is change the rule or the law. Then that's all they.
Wow! I didn't even just change the law. Oh, okay.
Right, but the state assemblies in Philadelphia and controlled by the Democrats. The state assembly in Wisconsin is controlled by the Democrats.
It's all controlled by the Democrats.
Yeah,
then
that's why
then,
they rigged the procedures where they could rig them.
If it's all controlled by the Democrats, then it sounds like they had exactly the rules they wanted. So how can you say that the rules themselves were bad?
Stupid.
So if your opponent agrees to the rules of whatever you're competing in, if the opponent wants a rule, if you're in an MMA fight and the opponent says, I want to be able to hit you 10 times for every time you hit me, how could you say the rules themselves were bad? That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted.
What?
The fuck are you talking about? Maybe I misheard it.
Yeah,
Then
that's why
then-
they rigged the procedures where they could rig them.
If it's all controlled by the Democrats, then
Okay, if it's all controlled by the Democrats, and so in our analogy, if it's all controlled by our MMA opponent,
it sounds like they had exactly the rules they wanted. So how
and the MMA opponent has exactly the rules they wanted, which is they get to punch me 10 times as many times as I get to punch them.
can you say that the rules themselves were bad?
How could you say those rules are bad? He liked them. He liked them. He liked the idea that he gets to punch me 10 times as much. So how could you say that's a bad rule? Huh? Fucking. Huh? Not a fan of mail-in ballots, but as far as I can see, there wasn't evidence of election fraud at scale. And you need to open your eyes, brother man. California allows people to sign the ballot with a smiley face. Yep, remember the here. Let's pull that up. I saw it from Tim Pool. Vote Kirby. Let's try Grok. Oh, Grok. Where are you? Can you help me find the Tim Pool video where he is discussing a mail-in ballot that literally has a smiley face or a Kirby character picture drawing as the signature. Oh yeah, I forgot this takes forever, so I can just
because the rules were made under COVID to make it easy to cheat. So, for example, why would you be counting ballots after election day? Answer, it gives you more chance to cheat. In fact, it gives you more chance to know what the margin is and how many cheating votes need to be supplied. That is a very suspicious rule to make.
Species. Just go read all the swing states, Secretary of State statements on the 2020 election. There'll always be fraudulent voting, but the ballots were recounted and certified through each state's election office. Many of those offices were held by Republicans. They had every means and motivation to uncover mass fraud and didn't. This is another a similar thing that Destiny's doing about when he was like, who was president under COVID? It doesn't have to be some grand conspiracy where everybody is in on it. Oh, we're gonna steal the election. All of this stuff, especially because it's done by the states individually, and the federal government is relying on those people. You only need a few people to, do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, switch some papers around, change a number on the computer. It doesn't need to be this mass conspiracy. That's how these things go. Let's see, did Grok find it for us?
Here's the story from KQED, NPR, PBS. That's a mouthful. LA mayor race, Ramon passes Pratt in quest for second place slot. Now, Spencer Pratt has said, listen, there's still a lot of ballots. It's not definitive just yet, but Decision Desk has already called it for Karen Bass and witnessed it with a scribble.
So, okay.
I want to show you a tweet that we have. Human David Hamati with this viral post. He says, many have been asking me to describe the potential signature verification loophole in LA. It says if a voter is unable to sign, the voter can make a mark witnessed by one person. Here, the person drew a happy face and witnessed it with a scribble. That scribble isn't validated as being a real person. Indeed, this is the viral image that's been going around quite a bit.
That seems legit. What do I mean by a few people? I mean, it doesn't have to be every Democrat. It can be a few people. I don't understand the question. I mean, not many, more than one, but not all of them. That's what few means. I'm talking about tens of thousands of votes. Each fraudulent vote is a felony. Where are the felony charges? So as I just explained, it doesn't need to be each person fraudulently voting. It needs to be one person like this going around to 3,000 people, and then you have 10 of those in each state, and you got fraud. What's the confusion? 10 mail-in ballots come to your house, and you fill them all in now. Imagine 1,000 people doing that. Bingo. It doesn't have to be a grand conspiracy. People already are incentivized to want their side to win. People are already fearful that their side won't win. That's the means of motivation once you give them the mail-in ballots. And that's not the only way we're talking about that. No, because it's all covered up. That's the conspiracy. If it was just right there, then there wouldn't be a debate now, would it? The point is that if we're talking about a conspiracy where a thing happened, that they're burying it, asking to show the evidence that they're burying is not that's why. That's the point. That's what we're saying. I don't know, because it's smiley face. Can you read the name? What's the name? What's the name there? What's the name? No. The name. You want to know by who and how. You're asking me for names. And so this is what we're looking at. And so in order to know who and how, I have to know what this is. I have to know what this says. Do you know what it says? So you think that let's say this is a legitimate signature. This is from the witness. So you think that the witness saw a smiley face as the voter signed here and gave a witness signature, and that's not fraud. But I need to know the number of or names of each person.
What?
That's the whole point. It doesn't matter. That's not the part that we're talking about. Do you not see the smiley face? Somebody co-signed this to be a vote for who they, I would guess, for Kamala. Somebody, an official person. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Who's going to prosecute them? Who would you like to prosecute them? Exactly.
It shows what appears to be a California ballot with, instead of a signature, a smiley face. Now, here's the best part. If we jump over...
Okay, so let's go. Let's play it through. There's a process for this. The Attorney General... Okay, so what does the Attorney General do? Who do they go after? What's the process? Tell me step one. Step one. You see this, and for the sake of our conversation, it is legitimately fraudulent. It is actually fraud. What is the process? Even if we want to put that to the side, I still want to know where you start and who you prosecute. Who do you go? Who? They would first have to investigate the county election office for the registration records and addresses. Okay, and then it matches. So they find one and say, okay, fine, it's a legitimate thing. Who cast the vote then? Oh, we don't know. Oh, we don't know. But wait. The Attorney General is somebody who has a vested interest in the election or no? And so let's say that the Attorney General themselves are not part of the conspiracy. They go to prosecute. Someone above them, the person who's coaching people to do this, is like, hey, yo, That is how it can be a conspiracy without it being a grand conspiracy. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We got him, boys. We got him.
Over to our good friends over on Reddit.
Hey, we got Leah Bobia in the building. Welcome to the party. Apparently, looking at a mail-in vote that 420 TV sees no problems with. There's no fraud. Everybody's doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. This is the voter's name, and this is the official witness. Welcome to the party.
Smiley face. Now, here's the best part. If we jump over to our good friends over on...
All right, that's a good joke. That's a good joke. Well, they're cops. They protect and serve. Indeed. Yes, that is a smiley face. Here, I'll back it up a little bit.
Isn't validated as being a real person. Indeed, this is the viral image that's been going around quite a bit. It shows what appears to be a California ballot with, instead of a signature, a smiley face. Now, here's the best part. If we jump over to our good friends over on Reddit, top minds over...
What was the thing that got her elected? There was like one thing that she focused on. Letitia James. I can't remember, but I feel like it's extremely fucking relevant to exactly what we're talking about in this moment.
Reddit. Oh, they think they're so smart. Top critical thinkers have zero follow-up questions when someone shows them a signature line with a smiley face on it and tells them it's from an officially counted California ballot. Can you believe how stupid these MAGA chuds are for believing this fake ballot? Somebody made it up. It's not like there's an official document from the government of California showing that.
Pictures or symbols can be used as valid signatures. So who do we go after for that? Who do we go after for this? Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. It's almost like they're lying. You know, like politicians. I don't like cops, but they can investigate county election offices to see if the ballot matches a registered voter. And who is in charge of the cops? Do you know what a stand down order is?
Indeed, you can use a picture of Kirby on your ballot. With this page 28 on their signature verification guidelines showing pictures or symbols can be used as valid signatures. Since we have this symbol on file, it is considered valid. It's a picture of Kirby from the NES, from what the NES games, the Nintendo games, Kirby. So welcome to California, where I love this. Can I just, I'm sorry, guys. This epitomizes everything that we are going through in the culture war. That in California, a doodle of Kirby is called a valid signature.
I mean, it's Kirby, but
Liberals,
same shit.
Smug and dumb as possible, I'm trying to avoid swearing, mock the idea of the truth because they're so stupid and arrogant they didn't bother Google searching whether or not you could use a smiley face.
Oh, I wish it was only in Cali. Again, we just found the 6,000 illegal voters from my own state. And so it's like when you see all of this over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and it always goes in one direction, to cope for it and be like, well, maybe everything is just perfectly fine. Maybe the entire government, maybe all of the politicians are doing exactly what they promised to do. I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, like being there in person and having an ID. Wonder why they're so mad about that. Oh, what?
On a ballot? And the answer is yes, you can. Welcome to California. When you point out this is cheating, that is not a signature, that is not a person, you can't do this, they say it's not cheating, it's legal. Indeed.
Oh, yeah. What about the, did this open? Hold on. I'll find that one, too. Because that one blew my fucking mind. I'll let this play while I find it.
It's tough to look at the results so far and not think that there's something amiss. The fact that Democrats will just assert, no, this is normal without trying to make their elections look proper is, I think, a major part of the problem. Because even if the situation is where Pratt didn't have the votes and the votes are legitimate, which, I mean, obviously people are going to question that, but even...
Yeah, again, this was around the time when Spencer Pratt and the mayoral election in California was going. And they stopped the in-person voting. And it was like Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt were right here, and Nithya Raman was down here. And then after all, not even being hyperbolic, all 100% of the votes that came in overnight were for Nithya Raman.
What?
And they raised their taxes. But yeah, I'm sure everybody's doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Yep. Okay, dude. Why would you ever make such a sure statement on a subject where there's no way you can be sure of?
Bingo.
Gotta believe. You gotta believe. If it's holding your world together, then that cognitive dissonance will make you come up with excuses for bullshit. All right, let's see if I find the other one here. Boom, 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 boom.
What I want to focus on is something that I would swear under oath, penalty of perjury, what I'm about to present to you, because Dominion isn't needed. I'm not saying that nothing nefarious happened with Dominion. I just can't confirm it. Yeah. I can confirm to you that these people voted from, who may or may not be real people, voted from addresses that do not exist.
So first, I'm gonna put the link in the chat because we're obviously not going to watch this whole thing. But yeah, unequivocal proof. This video is February 2021. February 2021. Real, not real people
What I'm about to
voted
show you
from addresses that do not exist.
Has not been admitted into any court, and this is just what we had time to see. There are thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands, but I can't confirm.
Yeah,
we just have those lists. And every single one we went to, by the way, every single one we went to was bullshit. Not some.
Yeah.
You are seeing every single address.
Well, if he was on his own, he would have.
Visited. We present to you our segment, absolute proof beyond any doubt that super proof that for real.
That's good. Yeah,
that's good.
So let me explain to you what it is that we did. Okay, some of our brilliant researchers here, on a hunch, accumulated voter data from government websites. Okay, we checked if the addresses were deliverable by UPS, and then we checked if there was a
420. Are you familiar with this at all?
Registered property at that address. So we're going to go through them, but here's a quick snapshot collage, so you can just see boom, 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 boom. To start this off,
you would just check the addresses.
Actually, we sent one of our interns who at that point was in Nevada to go look at some of these addresses in Nevada. So Junior Choi, let's bring him out here and have him talk about, come on in, Junior Choi. Are you confused about where to sit, Junior Choi?
He is.
We did this in run through. Okay, you need to put on your headphones there. I love how he's sitting on the back pillow like a booster seat. It's meant to support his lower back, but he's using like a
He's a
phone
pretty
book.
tall guy too. You don't need
Did
to
you know that
seat.
when he was a child, he made those headphones in a sweatshop?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so like you saw this or you didn't see it? Like I know. I'm not asking if you know who Crowder is. I'm asking if you saw this this piece of journalism.
I knew I recognized these.
Too. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Hey, can you go visit some of these addresses right away? Did you think, well, this isn't going to be a thing?
Well, I mean, like, I wasn't sure what to expect. I looked at some of the locations on like on Google Maps using satellite mode, and I saw that a lot of them were empty. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try to get as many as possible.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I know. I remember
Hell yeah. I mean, the fight stays on. The fight stays on.
talking to his dad, Dr. Troy, where he said, I saw the empty lot was flabbergasted. Ray Emery, 1732 Yale Street, apartment 409, right about now. What? Hold on a second.
But there's nothing there.
That one's even detailed.
But I thought 420, if we just go and talk to the people who own the address, then that fixes everything.
It's apartment 409.
Lots of apartments seem to be missing.
It does. Yeah, it seems like how many? Where's apartments 1 through 408?
Yeah, who knows?
Well, if there's a fifth floor too, it's all gone.
Yeah,
all of it's gone.
I mean, listen, if there's been if there's been some kind of a controlled demolition like Tower 7, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna
street. Explain to me. And by the way, that's the paper from last week when you went out and did it.
Yeah.
And no more shooting vertical, Junior. Troy Junior.
I'm sorry. The
Did you moved
thing there.
You checked the
Yeah.
Of course,
219 and 223.
No. See, they're coming for us. They don't want us to play
North
it.
Bruce Street. And there was no 221 in between that. And I asked one of the residents who was actually like in front of his house at the time if he'd ever heard of a 221 North Bruce Street. He says he's never heard of it. So
do you think? But now, did the person you asked do you think he could have been lying to you just because you're Asian?
Okay, well, those were not libraries. And again, this is ripe for fraud. That is the point. I dropped this link, right? Yeah. That is the point. I mean, and over and over and over and over again. But I mean, hey, you keep living in that that dream world of yours, buddy. It's definitely better than this one.
It gives you more chance to cheat. In fact, it gives you more chance to know what the margin is and how many cheating votes need to be.
Oh, Dick, where were you? Where were you? All right. We went over the clock, so it is time for the members only after party. We are starting with 235 points. Guys, 235 points. And don't forget, the points are doubled in the after party. If you're not a member, stick around because it's just the chat. It's just the chat that is going to members only. And I'm keeping the Rumble stream open, so if you'd like to chat there, we won't be able to bring it up on a stream, but I want to keep everybody involved. So head on over to Rumble, and the party rages on. Twitch, we are going to say goodbye to Twitch. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. We will see you next time. Twitch is gone, and then what's happening? And then we are going to members only. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time for the members only after party. I'll give you guys 45. We went over a little bit. I didn't have my my timer. I don't know where my timer is, but I'll give you the 45 minutes. I gave you the extra time.
In fact, it gives you more chance to know what the margin is and how many cheating votes need to be supplied. That is a very suspicious rule to make. Why would Democrats oppose cleaning up voter rolls? Because they know the voter rolls are completely padded with fake names. If you today, let's say you live in Texas and you move to Louisiana tomorrow, every government agency will know about it. The DMV will know, the tax authorities will know, the people in the new state will know. They'll be sending you bills. The one person who will not know are the voter rolls. Your name will remain on the voter rolls here. It will be added to the voter rolls there. You are now living in, think about it, in your lifetime, how many states you've lived in. There's a very good chance your name is on 7 or 8 voter rolls. And if the states try to clean them up, Democrats will file lawsuit after lawsuit to block it. Why? Because they're the party of cheating. Therefore, every time I read an article, there's...
Why the fuck were you not hammering this the entire time, Dinesh? Defending Iran? For what?
7 ways to fix our elections. It's very hard to fix our elections when one party has a vested interest. Recently, a leading Democrat, I think Elisa Slotkin, said, if you have voter ID, Democrats will never win another election. What does that tell you?
We did, but you see that there's blue areas and there's red areas. And so in the cities, it's more likely to be blue. And so if you go to an apartment building and you spend 8 hours, then you can get a lot more votes than if you're in a rural area where you have to go house to house. That's what makes it unfair. In-person voting, one day, election called that night, the only other option is an absentee ballot that you registered, or you what's the word I'm looking for? You fucking got it. That's tied to your name before it gets to you. Other than that, fraud. Okay, so then what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
I hope that one day conservatives can come back to reality. These are all really wonderful stories, but again, like history just disagrees with you. Like you can spin all the stories you want, but the reality is that Donald Trump controls the government more than he ever has before. Where is the voter fraud evidence? It's nowhere. Donald Trump was president for 4 years when he claimed that there was rigging in the election, even that he said that he won because he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes. He claimed that there were...
Well, I mean, for voting, yeah, but not for grocery stores, right? Because I mean, in case you missed it. Ma'am Donnie ID grocery store. Oh, it's right there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, yeah.
How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically? And is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So our RFP makes it very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling. I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, G-Pack, to add some additional details.
Yes, if you look at our RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying, and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers.
So the poor people that need government grocery stores, you're requiring them to have the IDs. But the argument is that that's a poll tax. But they need the ID for the store. So if they can shop at the store, why can't they show ID at the voting booth? Oh, yeah, because they're cheating.
Millions of people that voted illegally there. Not tens of thousands, not even 100,000, but millions of illegal votes. And somehow, through all the Trump-appointed judges, through the Trump-friendly, some legislatures, through Trump-friendly...
Well, not only that, 5 grocery stores ain't helping 2 million parochies in New York City. Not only that, it won't. help 2 million. It'll help some people. We got the Eternal Student over on Rumble. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that is Leah. But either way, welcome to the after party. But yeah, it's not just that the 5 grocery stores aren't going to help those people. It's going to, money doesn't come from nowhere, and the government doesn't produce any money. So the 30% reduction, that's just displaced in other places with taxes or this or whatever the fuck they're going to use. So not only is it not going to help them by there not being enough, it's going to hurt them because if they can't get access to it, they still have to pay for it. It's almost like an Islamic subversion of American politics. How did I guess? As the Eternal Student, I'm a fucking genius. I'm a genius.
Politicians, through Trump biased prosecutors, none of that evidence ever found its way in front of the American people. All the pieces of evidence that found their way in front of the American people, all of them were lies that were all debunked within 12 hours. Many,
according to,
which he repeated on January 6th in front of his audience. So
You're
I hope
adopting
that
the
someday we
Wikipedia
have,
strategy where something is debunked if, like, Salon says it is.
I consider it debunked when a prosecutor tries to bring it before a judge.
I don't like EBT, but I think it's WIC is the one that where like it's like food stamps. Like, not here's some money, go do with it what you will. Here's money for bread. Here's money for eggs. Here's money for food that you need. I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with having a social safety net. Hey, is this the exact? Is this the exact? Wait, hold on.
If, like, Salon says it is.
I consider it debunked when a prosecutor tries to bring.
There! Oh, got it! That's crazy. That's crazy. How did I even recognize that? Brilliant. Even WIC as well. I mean, it's all woke, but I mean, it's better than EBT, in my opinion.
Before a judge, and the judge says, sorry, you have absolutely nothing here. That's what I consider debunked. Now,
Right,
I know in your eyes it's not debunked until it shows up on whitehouse.gov and Donald Trump says that it's not true. But for the rest of us that are following the actual process and procedure, I think that the process and procedure is pretty important.
I agree. And I'm not saying that Joe Biden, I mean, this was an election legally stolen. Okay. And so Trump exited the White House because he realized that the theft was successful.
Even that phrase, if it was legally stolen, then why would you challenge it in court?
Because
the laws then are up to the laws that made it a legal fraud can be changed. Duh.
Judges, look, it is an
If it
open.
was legally
hold
stolen,
on.
why
It
would
is
you
it is
challenge
an
it in
open.
court?
I'll tell you why.
None of this story makes sense.
It is an open secret.
It makes perfect sense if you're not retarded. It makes perfect sense if you come from the position of I'm going to be skeptical because I don't trust the government and I don't trust the people who want to be in the government and I don't trust the people who are in charge of the elections. If you're like, oh yeah, like totally, it's just good. You just check the address. Then yeah, it's not going to make any sense.
Of our elections. Let's take a judge, okay? And let's say the judge is now aware that large numbers of ballots went to homeless shelters, okay? Somebody else, not the homeless people, filled out all those ballots, voting for all the homeless people in exchange for $10 or a glass or a thing of beer. This happens all the time. This is, for example, an industry in San Francisco. But the judge is like, it would take me 2 years to bring these homeless people in. I would have to conduct a fact-finding investigation on my own. I am reluctant to meddle in an election process that belongs in the legislative branch. This is why judges pretend to look at the evidence while in fact looking for a way to kick the case out, even if they know the election.
Well, actually, no. Nope. Stupid is the wrong word. You can hate anything about this dude. He's not stupid. He's intelligent. But dogma will always supersede intelligence. If you dogmatically believe Trump is bad, the government is not lying to me, Joe Biden is good, any of these things, if you believe them and you're not willing to see when the evidence is put right in front of your face And you're going to say, there's no evidence. That's dogma. That is his belief. That is not anything that he knows or doesn't know. Dogma is dangerous. 420 said, I've worked in elections. I can't speak for all counties and states. I was a poll watcher in 2020. It's honestly amazing how secure our election systems in the West are. There are countries with super rigged elections. We're just not one of them. I even know that you believe that. Next, the food situation in the U.S. is different than here. Supply, here being Canada, if you didn't know. Supply management policies mean dairies dump a ton of milk and other food producers to get paid to fallow fields to control production levels. I feel like if my government is already paying them to not produce or to dump product, the government could just buy the extra and give it to the poor. But that wouldn't be... I don't even know. I don't even know a reason why they wouldn't do that. I don't know. Maybe because they don't actually care. Maybe it's because it's cheaper to get rid of it than to have some infrastructure and getting it from the farmer or the supplier or whatever to wherever it's going. I bet you that's it. It's just they did a calculus. Is it cheaper to give this shit away or just toss it in the trash?
Is stolen.
It's not a judge's job.
It's a jurisdictional issue.
It's not a judge's job to go out and look for evidence. That's the prosecutor's
I'm not saying they have to look for evidence.
That's the civil plaintiff's job, is to go out and find evidence. You know this because you tried to find evidence with your film 2000
And I
Hills.
did find evidence.
You didn't. I watched it all. You failed.
You watched it all. Yeah,
Yes,
really.
I
That's
did, and you
because
didn't
were
find
on
I do believe he watched that.
the side that was doing the cheating. You're like, I don't see any evidence right here. As a member of the Bank Robbers USA, I mean, I don't see the guy.
So the eternal student said, wait. Is this 420 guy saying that because he worked at one local poll location and because that one location didn't get any nonsense while he was there, that the whole of the country has secure voting? With 6 laughing emojis. 420, that's to you.
Coming into the back door of the bank, that's probably a faked video.
It's not a fake video. I watched the video. You found people with suspicious routes, and you didn't show a single person that had been engaged in the fraud that you said that they were suspicious
Okay,
of being engaged in.
the thrust of the evidence had to do with electronic geo-tracking. Cell phone geo-tracking is one of the most reliable ways that people are convicted in this country today. It was used in the Koberger trial. It's used every day by law enforcement. We were able to place thousands of mules at 10 or more drop boxes. 10 or more, not 2, not 3. Even if you're dropping off votes to your family member, you have no reason to go to 10 drop boxes.
These drop boxes are along commonly traveled routes. These drop boxes are sometimes next to post stations. You could have been tracking USPS workers for all you know. That's why, despite the fact that you have these thousands of geo-tracked cell phones, you couldn't find a single one of these people that were dropping off ballots at multiple boxes. Just a couple of these people would have made that 100 times more explosive, but you couldn't even find one.
First of all, that's not true. I don't necessarily want to go down this road.
You did find a couple. They sued you and they won.
No, they didn't sue me and they haven't
won. Aside from the people that sued you and won over you claiming they were,
I mean,
they
you're
were
just
ballot
making
harvesting.
up stuff now. There's one case that is in litigation, so yes, I am being sued over it, but the case hasn't been resolved.
It's almost like we got to see who's right, innocent until proven guilty. Eternal student said, oh my God, this guy has got to be a midwit bot. Let's be respectful. Remember, we attack ideas, not people. I can't hear me at this point. Republicans are dumb. Wick is woke. Trust the government. Come on, too funny. Gotta be a troll. And this is why I explicitly why I didn't skip this. You would think, oh, this is a meme. Oh, this is a rage bait. Oh, this is what normal people, everyday people who are going to vote are thinking. They are all thinking it.
Case that is in litigation, so yes, I am being sued over it, but the case hasn't been resolved. So for that reason, I'm reluctant to go into specifics. It's just the nature of litigation. But I can talk about the geo-tracking evidence. In geo-tracking, by the way, you can create a map where if a cell phone is moving and it goes past a drop box, that's completely different from a cell phone pausing at a drop box and then moving on to the next drop box. Not all drop boxes are in public locations. A lot of them were placed on side streets. You had to get off the highway, go to the box. So the canard that, hey, I'm a regular jogger and I happen to go by these 10 drop boxes, that's not what's going on here.
As we saw, well, I mean, that's a different thing, but as we saw with the Crowder video.
And we're not talking about one guy doing it. If one guy goes, listen, I've got a weird habit. I like to, whenever I see a drop box, I like to have a cigarette. We're talking about 2,000 mules.
2,000 mules.
And
Where
this
is
is
the
not
video
convincing.
footage? Where's the
evidence.
video footage of them? Where's the video footage of the same person moving?
Source, you didn't get them on video doing it, so it didn't happen. Oh, so that means no crimes ever existed before the invention of the camera.
Moving to multiple drop boxes then? Just a couple.
Right. First of all, I do have the same person on more than one drop box.
Why weren't they in the film?
They are in the film.
They aren't.
They are in the film. I have the.
Got him.
I have the same guy in different outfits.
Going to the
on
same
different
drop box.
occasions.
The same drop box. And that one guy was from an old person's home because that's one of the people that sued you guys. That's why the film got removed from the publishing website that it was
No.
originally on. I'm familiar with the case. Yes.
You're misrepresenting the case. We never claimed that guy. That's a different situation with that guy. I'm saying we have film of the same guy on more than one occasion. So if
that's what they're talking about.
Someone is seen. First of all, let's back up for a moment. Most
No,
of
I'm just
these
curious. My
states,
question,
most of
where
the
is
Democratic
the same
states,
guy going to multiple boxes is not in the film. You can watch the film.
most of the Democratic states did not do surveillance because
No,
they
don't. The
realized.
state doesn't have to. You can have a gas station with a camera set up. You can have a bank with cameras set up outside. There's a
No.
million different.
No, the election
Democrats
rules
banned
say
all
that you
video
should have
surveillance.
24. The election rules say you should have 24-hour surveillance of the drop boxes. That is in the election guidelines, but guidelines are rules. A lot of the states didn't have drop boxes. Some of them turned off the camera on the drop box. Some of them deliberately pointed the camera not
Oh my
at the
God.
drop
Now
box.
the Epstein guy was in charge of the cameras for the drop box.
I'm not saying it's an Epstein
We have no
guy.
evidence of any of this. This would have been a good argument to make in the film, but you didn't make any of these arguments in the film. The
I'm
cameras were
simply
turned
saying,
on and off.
Well, we use footage when the camera is pointed at the drop box. But if a camera is pointed at a tree, it doesn't work in a film because all you see is the tree and you can't actually see the drop box. So I'm just telling you the factual infrastructure around.
Well, you think that they? I'm imagining him saying some type of thing like, "Well, you're accusing the tree of being in the wrong place, and that's not it," or something like that. I can't think of something dumb enough.
All this, the Democrats, by the way, if you ask them, can you give us the surveillance footage for the states? They will bill you thousands of dollars. They will take months to provide it. And why? If it was all on the up and up, it's all transparent. Why don't you put all the surveillance footage online? Why don't you let the American people see what happened actually in real time at all these? What is the reason for concealing all this evidence if it's all according to you on the up and up?
I want to, if Stephen,
Why would you?
if you want to give a pithy response, I can give you a chance because I know Dinesh made a number of points there, but
oh, come on!
I also do want to because we only have about 27 minutes left.
Sure, I can think of a million reasons why you wouldn't want every single publicly recorded camera to have all of that footage placed online because
Well,
people
what is
probably
the
wouldn't want to
reason?
feel like you're being tracked or stalked by people that are looking to try to find them in public cameras.
You mean like
But
flock cameras?
we have public cameras now, and what I'm saying is voting is a public act. You're
Very
in some
true.
ways, it's a very private act. Nobody should know what your vote is.
It's a
Well, the vote itself, but the voting process, it's not supposed to be hidden.
private act if it's behind a curtain at a voting facility. The whole point of having
Right.
see all the safeguards of,
When you're
voting.
trying to hold on, I want to follow that comparison. You realize like halfway through that was a ridiculous comparison, right?
He misspoke and saying that like voting, the process of voting is supposed to be transparent. Your individual vote is private, but that doesn't mean that nobody should ever know who voted. That why did we have voter registries then? I mean, you know, kudos to Destiny for jumping on something because you got nothing. You said they can put flock cameras everywhere, but can't put a camera on a drop box to secure an election. Because that's racist. Don't say Destiny? Pithy? I don't know about all that.
When you're trying to hold on, I want to follow that comparison. You realize like halfway through that was a ridiculous comparison, right? The idea of the closed curtain is the same thing as writing in your mail-in ballot. It's a private vote. Nobody has a right to know.
It's
who
not
you voted
true.
for.
Let me put it this way. Let me prove to you why what you're saying is idiotic.
Okay.
If I go to vote at let's say the post office, so if I go to a school where they're conducting votes, right, and they hand me my ballot, and I go inside the little cubicle, and then I come rushing out, and I tell the people, hey, listen, guys, I just remembered I've got something really important to do. I want to take my ballot with me. I'll fill it out. I'll come back and drop it off later. Would they allow it? No. They'd be like, we can't trust you. You can't leave this facility. Who knows what's going to happen the moment you step out of here?
And that doesn't mean, hey, I think you are going to do that. There's a difference between saying, I can't verify that you would do that, and I think that you're going to do that. He said the former, not the latter. Don't forget about double points. We are close to that movie night, guys.
That's basically mail-in balloting.
It's Friday already, and I was so pissed off trying to fucking acquire this device on Tuesday and then I still stream on Tuesday. Yeah, so was that you? Was that you guys? I'm lost. Point being, I am not streaming tomorrow. So, this is your last chance, guys. We are, 15 points away.
Then why hasn't Trump made it illegal yet?
Trump can't make it illegal.
Why has Trump himself voted with mail-in
Trump
ballots?
does not have...
Why hasn't Trump found any of the...
Mail-in or absentee? Because he's traveling around the world being the president. The rest of us are just at home. Eternal Student said, actually, I feel like we should make it public. I've thought about this for a while and might challenge someone to a debate about it soon because I'd like to iron it out. But maybe if we all had to stand 10 toes down on our vote publicly, people would think about it more seriously. Smart. That, I don't know how I let's put that to a poll. Should votes be public? Should votes be public? What do you think? And just in case, we do also have the others.
That's basically mail-in balloting.
Then why hasn't Trump made it illegal yet?
Trump can't make it illegal.
Why has Trump himself voted with mail-in
Trump
ballots?
does not have...
Why hasn't Trump found any of the voter fraud that he claims? If they're states' rules, then it's a states' rights issue. Then leave it to the states to figure it out. If you don't like how they do it, Texas v. Pennsylvania, they lost that case there. You don't have a right to tell another state how to do their vote. Sometimes I notice that states' rights are very important to conservatives. Other times they seem not to care. But
go deeper on this.
Well, confusing. I'll just finish my point. You're confusing what states have the power to do or the right to do with the vulnerabilities in our system, regardless of who does it. Mail-in balloting is less safe than voting in person. That's a fact. You want to camouflage that fact, so you're now changing it to a jurisdictional issue of who has the power. I agree states have the power, but I think states should limit mail-in balloting to people who are sick, people who are traveling out of the country. There should be the
people who apply for it and have their name on it before it gets to them, so it is tied directly to them, that if they lose it or somebody else tries to use it, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So technically right now, the poll, should votes be public, is at 50-50, but Eternal Student did say yes. But members only. So 50-50 we ride. And that part. He said absentee ballots require a much more secure process than universal mail-in voting. Yep. 420 TV he said absolutely, because I should be allowed to know if my coworkers voted for Trump and if I should promote them or not. Oh yeah, and what happens when you find out one of your best buddies is a Trump supporter? I would love to know what would happen. Election day comes and goes, and then you're like, you know what? Let me just check the public voter rolls. Oh, Rick, you voted for Trump? We are no longer friends. Yikes. Cold. Medium. Not minty, but medium.
Balloting to people who are sick, people who are traveling out of the country. There should be the possibility of doing it.
Sure,
and make it a federal holiday, so people get paid. You don't got to take the day off of work. Sounds good to me. Okay, so but like you said, you want to be able to see which one of those are, and you say, what do you mean promote them? We're raw, medium, on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly. Eternal Student said 420. Did you just admit you would make a professional decision based purely on politics? How do you defend that? 420 said, I think I should be allowed to not hire people who voted for him. Should I be able to not? Should I be allowed to not hire black people if I don't want to do that? No. All right. Okay. Yeah, make it a national holiday, and nobody has an excuse. Everybody already has an ID, and make a state ID, not a driver's license, state ID. Make it free. All you have to do is, I mean, those licenses those IDs are good for like 10 years or something, right? Fucking nice. Where are they coming from? I have a trap there. I have a trap there. I have a trap back there. I have a trap over here. I have a trap over here. How do you trap them? I asked because you said you should be allowed to not hire people who voted for him, and so I asked, should I be allowed to not hire people because they're black? Give you a moment with that.
But it should not.
The sick people are traveling. How do you prove that you're sick? Do I have to send in a
How do you
positive
think we
COVID
did
test where you guys
absentee
don't
balloting?
Yeah, and so if I don't want, okay, fair enough. I think that's crazy, but go off, Queen. Trump ended federal animal testing, created federal animal abuse task force, made dogfighting and serious animal abuse a federal felony with serious sentences. We love that. All right.
The sick people are traveling. How do you prove that you're sick? Do I have to send in a positive
How do you think
COVID
we did
test where you guys
absentee
don't
balloting in this country for the last 100 years?
believe- You request a ballot and they send it to you. You think you have to send them a doctor's note along with your ballot that the guy has to check out?
No, but they don't just send them out. How do you not? No. See, this is where Destiny's so stupid. He doesn't see the difference. He sees the difference. He knows what it is, and he's purposely lying.
Out and then call your principal to make sure that you're actually sick and you weren't just playing hooky?
The system was based on a certain degree of public trust, but the truth of it was this. The truth of it was that mail-in balloting or absentee voting was a tiny percentage, 3 or 4% of the overall vote. When it becomes 30 or 40%, think of the rampant opportunities for cheating.
It was that.
There we go. 50-50 on the poll, including Leah's vote. 50-50 should votes be public. Some say yes. Some say no. I already have. I have that. I have that. Well, I was doing that and it wasn't working. They were congregating on, like, if they were congregating on top of it. So I went to ChatGPT and it was like, well, we already know that, they like the seltzer that you drink. And so I got, some empty cans, put some, a few, a little bit in the can, and then a few drops of dish soap. So they go into the can and then they get stuck. I mean, it's working, but it's like, how fast do these fucking things breed? That was like 3 days ago. And they're still, we also hire people because they are black. We also don't hire people because they are white. What's the difference? Well, I mean, yeah, both are racist, I think. But yeah, that's well, I'm using the empty cans. Like, oh, I don't want to touch it because there's fucking flies all over it. But yeah, it's just an empty can and a couple drops of the, not empty, but a couple drops of the left dish soap. And like, yeah, it's working, but like, there's just, I don't know how they reproduce that quickly. Anyway, what we got there? Should we do away with all protected classes so everyone can have this freedom of association? Just there you go. Yeah, yep, got it. But yeah, the I forgot what I was gonna say. Conch spray. Well, I'm hoping like anytime this has happened before, I've done the poke holes thing, and it worked in like a day or two. I don't know. Maybe I whatever. All right. Diving back and keep an eye on that timer, guys.
When it becomes 30 or 40%, think of the rampant opportunities for cheating.
It was that way during COVID because people were afraid of getting sick.
Correct. And it was exploited. That's why Jane Fonda.
Why were people afraid of getting sick? Should they have been afraid of getting sick? But they were afraid of getting sick. Seems like maybe that plays a factor in here. I think so. So what happened was the freezer had like a thing where it wasn't closing completely every time, and so sometimes I would come downstairs in the morning, there'd be a puddle of water, and I would finagle it, but I couldn't figure out exactly what was going on. But because of that, there was a bunch of wet paper towels that I just threw in the garbage can. And I didn't really think about it. There was like food in there, so I got rid of that. There was some food stuff upstairs. Got rid of all that shit, and should be good. Should be good. I mean, as long as it goes this way for the next couple of days, it should be good. It's just fucking annoying right now, and like I have the a thing on top of my drink so that they don't go in, and then instead of using the can, I'm putting it in here. And they're still fucking swarming. Nasty.
It was that way during COVID because people were afraid of getting sick.
Correct. And it was exploited. That's why Jane Fonda said COVID was God's gift to the left. And what she meant by it is it gave us the chance to steal the election.
What do you think? I'm just curious.
I hate to do it just because we've covered the topic so deeply is a couple of example questions. These are optional. You don't have to take these questions.
James is like, I'm so fucking bored with you two. Can we have an interesting conversation?
But in terms of covering other topics, one would be executive power. Has Trump used presidential authority legitimately to overcome an unaccountable bureaucracy or dangerously weakened checks and balances? Or we could cover the economy, namely whether or not ordinary Americans are better off today compared to when Trump took office.
We gotta ban this man from carrying you guys on his fucking shoulders. God damn, what the fuck? They gifted memberships. Thank you. So very, very much. Make sure, guys, like Lee, if you're watching, make sure you got gifted memberships turned on. So you got it. You got it good. Hey, so that you can get a gifted membership. Shout out to Gnarly Knuckles, Stupid Kid, Wiley Sanctified, Steve, Mara. Where's Mara been? And what was her name before? It's been before. I recognize the profile picture, but they changed it from the display names. I fucking hate that. Does anybody like that it has your @ now instead of the display name that you chose? Why do they even do that? Anyway, thank you so very, very much. Let's add to the goal. That is 30. So that means we got a movie night. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Shout out to the Funkmaster General again. That's a movie night. I will, well, no, since you couldn't, Funk, you still, we got to make sure your shit is, ready to go. Because I don't want to burn all these movies that you want to see when you can't use, Rumble. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Thank you so very, very much. But oh wait. I mean, just for the, keep it open in case anybody wants to go crazy and get that double feature. 400 points. It's up to you.
I'll take both.
Thank you.
and then
So
you can
very
go
much.
after me. So I'll start with the first one. Just remember what the Democrats and the left said about Trump and still say about Trump. He's a fascist. He has no sense of the limits of power. He will run roughshod over the judges. He will do whatever he wants. He will go after his political opponents. Now, here's the fact.
Negative. I have not.
There have been numerous judicial rulings that have gone against Trump. There have been MAGA conservatives who have urged Trump, ignore the ruling. Just go ahead and do what you want. The judges are wrong. They don't have the power to do it. Every single ruling that has been made against Trump, the Trump administration has complied with. So you got to stop this, stop it. You got to bring this criminal illegal back, bring him back. In every case, Trump has shown himself hedged in by the rule of law. So has he exceeded his power? No. He's used his power, his executive power, the same way Biden did, the same way Obama did. Yes, he has made executive decisions, but when those decisions have been struck down by courts, Trump is basically, he might appeal it, but that is called following the system. Now, are you better off than you were under Biden?
Well, can we do these? Let's do these. Can we do them one at a time?
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I had to try the strategy of just making stuff up all the time. I guess it seems like an effect.
Projection. I gotta try this thing. Well, making things up. Which, ironically, is in and of itself a lie.
Name one court decision that Trump has flouted.
The tariff one. He said that he was going to do tariffs and other means possible. He listed like 12 other laws by which he could do tariffs.
Because Trump has other forms of authority to do
I'm
tariffs.
Just saying, I just named one of him doing it.
The tariff
Donald Trump
power
has no
is not
respect for the
purely
rule of law.
legislative.
Donald Trump is constantly attacking our judicial system.
You mean rhetorically?
It's enough to get you to say that all the election results were fake, despite all the.
I'm not
judges
saying
ruling
it because of
against
Trump. I've looked at it
them.
myself.
Not just rhetorically. We can look at the fact that we're still in war with
In
Iran.
fact,
despite
I don't
the fact that we
make-
didn't get a vote on it. We can look at the fact that he.
So now from the end here. Think about, oh my God, why does my hair fucking raining and frizzy hair? I fucking hate it. But think about how much stronger of a position that Dinesh would be in if it didn't spend so much time on Iran. He opened with this. And now he's just left with the basics.
Just rhetorically, we can look at the fact that we're still in war with
In
Iran.
fact,
despite
I don't
the fact that we
make-
didn't get a vote on it. We can look at the fact that he tried to sneak the Alien Enemies Act in on a Friday night so that he could fly people out of the country. And he did that just trying to escape any kind of judicial review on it. We can see with how they refuse to appoint real attorneys. Lindsay Halligan has gotten thrown out of her appointed position over and over and over again because they refuse to appoint or actually get a Senate confirmation on a new prosecutor there. And they're trying to say that the 90-day limit can actually be reset every single time you appoint a new person. I mean, we can look at example after example after example of Donald Trump abusing the powers of the White House, of him ignoring the executive agencies that exist under him. We went to war with Iran while the head of our intelligence committee, Tulsi Gabbard, says that the White House all but didn't consult basically essentially at all the intelligence committee on whether or not they should have actually gone to war there.
So yeah, because from the beginning I forgot that he was the 2000 Mules guy, and that's not the movie that I saw in theaters with my dad, but it was another Dinesh. It was again a Trump ad, but that should have been his main thing. And then again, you can only make Destiny's arguments when you're talking about Trump in a vacuum. If you're saying, yeah, all of this is bad, but like, I agree with you. Iran sucks. I agree with you. January 6th, not my favorite thing, but whatever. You can concede so much and still be like, yeah, but it's not like Kamala would have been better. And then now, Destiny is the one who has to make the affirmative argument that Kamala would have been better than Donald Trump. And that is a much, much, much larger mountain to climb than should we be in Iran.
I mean, that
That's
we can
not
see
an
that we
abuse
can
of
see the amount of
power.
political prosecution that's happening.
on.
We've got the crazy indictments on Comey. We've got a DOJ that is just completely and totally out of control. We've got a dismissal on things that all of us should agree as Americans we don't want here, like Russian propaganda through the form of tenant media. We see that Donald Trump dismisses all of these things that are in favor of helping his allies, and we see him attacking his adversaries. I mean, geez, what equivalent past president on the Democratic side or the Republican?
Here, we'll do this really quick because I want everybody to know when you are on. Oh, no, the other way. So you want to make sure that your gifted memberships are on because of our boy is constantly dropping these things. So whether you're on mobile or desktop, all you do, whatever you're watching. So like I'm watching this, but you know you could do the same thing here. Go to the join button, click on the join button. Then you'll have the three dots wherever. Click that. Gift membership settings. And make sure that shit is on. And it is just random. So if you get it, then you get it. Just in case somebody didn't know.
Geez, what equivalent past president on the Democratic side or the Republican side has gone onto a social media account and said, here's the prosecutor I want, Lindsay Halligan. Here are the three people that I want indicted. I think it was, what was it, Bolton, Comey, and Letitia James, and then seeing the actual DOJ follow through on that. When has that ever happened in U.S. history before?
Yeah, well, I know it's happened in U.S. history before because it happened to me under Obama.
Yeah, that's
I make a film about Obama.
No.
And 5 weeks later, the FBI is banging on my door.
Nah, the other way around. Nikki said, Destiny is mad. Trump uses his legal power as chief executive of the United States, but had no issue with Barack. I have a pen and a phone. Obama. Come on, man. No principles, just positions.
I am aware that there was direct communication from the Holder Justice to Bar Mitzvah, where Holder described himself as Obama's wingman. How do I know Obama was pissed off about my film? Because he was attacking me daily on his website, otherwise called BarackObama.com. So the truth of it is, I upset him. And I upset him not just because I criticized Obamacare. I'm not saying any of that. I went into his world. I showed his crazy family. I interviewed his brother in the slums of Nairobi. I juxtaposed this guy living in third world slumdog millionaire conditions with Obama claiming that we are our brother's keeper. I basically exposed his hypocrisy, his narcissism. And so I ticked him off. And he was like, get this guy, find something on him. And so I was prosecuted for an offense.
Oh, that doesn't happen. People don't use lawfare. I don't know what you're talking about.
That no American has ever been prosecuted for in this country's history for doing what I did. So there you go.
What was the offense?
What the offense was donating $20,000 of my own money to a longtime college friend of mine running in an election in which she had no chance because I was guilty that I couldn't do more to help her campaign. I felt bad. Now, the campaign finance laws exist for a reason, usually to punish quid pro quo. Had I given her the money and said, if you're elected, I want to be a judge, or I have a business and I'm courting a tax break, people have been prosecuted rightly for that. But no American in the country's history, a first-time offender, for giving 20 grand of their own money. Think about it. People like Soros give millions through PACs. So normally it's you get a fine, you get a warning. But the government, I sat down across from the lawyers of the SDNY. If they could have put me in jail for 20 years for doing what I did, they would have done it. They were talking about the fact that if you
don't, we all. Frailties about extreme dogma. I'm pretty sure you will like it. Based on that, I'm pretty sure I will too.
If you don't plead to this, we will hit you with mail fraud. And this is what they mean by mail fraud. Putting a check in the mail. We'll hit you with bank fraud. And here's what they mean by bank fraud. Taking my own 20 grand out of my own bank account. That's the bank fraud.
Was that really the bank fraud, or was it the fact that you were trying to conceal the extra $10,000 you donated by passing it through to family friends?
No, I wasn't
two other people.
concealing
The
it.
reason why it was going to be a mail fraud or wire fraud is because you were sending them checks. You were lying about what the checks were for because you knew that you were breaking the law, and you had another couple donate $10,000 on your behalf.
I mean, I don't know anything about that. But Dinesh is definitely a shady character. I'm not trusting him.
Right. Well, I had two people that I knew. I told them openly. I go, "Do you
They
like
were helping
Wendy
you
Long?"
break the law. You knew that, but why didn't you just donate the 20,000 yourself?
Because there were right. So I
because you knew it was illegal. Yes.
No,
that's why you didn't prosecute you
thought
for it.
No, I thought it was a clever way to get around the campaign finance limit.
Yes, that's called breaking the law.
I admit
That's
it.
like if I go to Walmart, if I put a Kit Kat bar in my pocket, that's a
Got him.
clever way of getting candy bars without paying for it. Yes.
Right. And do you think that somebody who takes candy bars without paying for it? Now, the person who takes candy bars without paying for it is taking somebody else's money. We're talking about giving my own money, right? So we're now talking about me giving away too much of my own money. I mean, you should have seen when I went to the confinement center with hardened criminals. They're like, "What'd you do, man?" I'm like, "I gave away too much of my own money." They were like,
"Why did you say that?"
"You're shitting me." Right? They're like, "What'd you get?" I'm like, "I got 5 years of probation." This guy goes, "Well, I'm a drug smuggler. I got 2 years of probation." In other words,
he should have waited to do it until Trump was in office, and then Trump could have just pardoned him, like he
There
seems
you
to do with
go.
all of his criminal friends. Regardless, you can sit here and make
Well,
jokes
what I'm
about it. If
saying
you don't
is,
like
do
the
you-
law, that's fine. But there was a campaign finance law
Yes.
that limits you to $5,000 for an individual contribution, $10,000 for couples.
Correct.
And you tried to get around that law. Now, as for a quid pro quo, you don't necessarily have to allege that. But the allegation was that the group of friends that you were hanging out in, you mentioned that film about Obama. One of the people that was hanging out in that group of friends that was friends with the politician running that you had managed to illegally donate through a roundabout way, an extra $10,000 to, that person that was in that group of people was one of the primary funders of that film that you made about Obama. Now, I'm not saying that
That's
Obama went
because
after
Wendy
you
and
because
I
of
have
the
friends
primary
in common.
funding of the film or
We
whatever.
came out
But
of
I'm saying you very
darkness
clearly and
together.
openly broke a law that you knew was a law. You saying here that you were trying to cleverly
I'm
get
not
around it
saying-
demonstrates the mens rea, the criminal intent to get around a law that you knew existed, and you knew this because you'd served on, like, I think it was it was like the campaign finance board or whatever for either that same friend or a prior election, so you knew what these laws were. So I mean, you could try to pretend that
All right.
like it was a whatever thing. But
I'm
I mean,
not
like, you knew you were
saying-
breaking the law. You
I
got
wanna-
prosecuted
I wanna
for it.
give
I mean, if you broke the law, knowing that you were breaking the law, you broke the law. I mean, I've broken the law plenty of times. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie about it. I don't know. I'm not. You didn't lie, but I'm not gonna downplay it on a stage. Whatever. Kelly Eagery said, "I mean, when I use a noob combo on Halo with a battle rifle and a plasma gun, the game allows it." I'm going to assume that is relevant to his fraud case. Destiny says this as he supports the Somalian fraud. Yep.
That's your chance to
I
respond,
knew
and
I
then-
was trying to get around the law, and I was willing to take any punishment. See, with justice, it's not just a matter of did you do it. If you were speeding, you knew you were speeding. True. But the issue is, A, is the punishment proportionate to the offense? And B, the other people who do the same thing get roughly the same penalty. My whole case was based on selective prosecution, political targeting, and excessive punishment. The same with
Which one is Kate Bush?
January 6th. I know a guy who was in the Capitol for 10 minutes. He didn't touch one thing. He stayed within the ropes, and they were trying to go after him on a terrorism charge, and the guy hanged himself. Now, is that considered a proportionate penalty?
What's the guy's name so we can look it up to see if that's all he did afterwards?
His name is Matt. Do you guys remember his name? His
Every single time you guys give one of
his
these
name
people-
is Matthew Parna. Look him
Okay,
up.
well, look him up, because every time you guys give one of these people, he was there for 10 minutes, he didn't do anything. I look him up, and they're like the most deranged people that were
No.
at the Capitol. They're hanging
Look
from
him
the
up.
Raptors, they're running
Look him
around
up right now.
screaming, they're attacking people. Yeah, we'll look him up.
Yeah, look him up.
He said Turner?
If you guys give one of these people, every single time you guys give one of these
his name
people-
is Matthew Parna. Look him
Parna. Matthew Parna. I thought he said Turner. Parna. That's not Parna. Bum. Should we go from NBC News? NBC News, as fucking antagonistic as we can. Oh, fuck you. Capitol riot. This is from when? March 2022. Capitol riot awaiting sentencing dies by self-deletion. His community, which he loved, country, da da da. Okay, Capitol riot died by what the fuck? But that, as he was awaiting sentencing on charges of witness tampering, entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds, and restricted building or grounds, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, officials said. Died February 25th of a broken heart, his family said in an obituary. Quote, his community, which he loved, his country, and the justice system killed his spirit and zest for life. The Mercer County Coroner's Office confirmed in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette that Perna, 37, of Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, died by self-deletion. Reached out to the coroner for comment. One of the lawyers confirmed. Bitcherry said to peacefully attended to peacefully stand up for his beliefs, and upon learning the FBI was looking for him, he immediately turned himself in. He pled guilty to all charges on December. Sentencing was set for that April. Government recently announced an intention to seek an additional sentencing enhancement with Mr. Perna. He was psychologically frail and not able to deal with the stress of the situation, Ingram said. The obituary said he entered the Capitol through a previously open door, that he did not break, touch, or steal anything, but stayed within the velvet ropes taking pictures. For this act, he has been persecuted by many members of his community, friends, relatives, and people who never met him. Obituary pointed out the long prosecution process as having played a role in his death. Quote, the constant delays in hearings and postponements dragged out for over a year, which would have been 2 more. Because of this, Matt's heart broke and his spirit died. Traveled from Pennsylvania to Washington to attend the Stop the Steal rally. He told police that when he reached the top of the steps, he was surprised to find the... Oh, come on, why is it doing that? He was surprised to find the door open. He claimed he was pushed into the building by a crowd that gathered behind him. Still images of video from inside the building showed Perna wearing a red hoodie emblazoned with the phrase, Make America Great Again. He was in the building for 20 minutes, according to NBC. 20 minutes, and was seen recording the riot on his phone, chanting, USA! USA!
How dare you?
I mean, it's right there. But if you'd like the article in full, I will drop it. The multitasking. It takes some time. It takes some time to get used to it. It takes some time, but boom, 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 boom. Because I have a wide screen, so I have the YouTube studio there, then I have StreamYard here, then I have the Rumble chat here, and the Twitch chat there, and then Discord over there, and then the video up there. It's a lot. It's a lot. And don't forget about that throne.com/Lutch, TIJ, if you want to help make it even better and not have your ears raped.
Okay, well, look him up.
Oh, sorry. Let me grab what y'all saying over here. Glowing Dog said, I'm not going to downplay it, but I'm also not going to upplay it. Is it about the movie? Fair enough. Nikki said Hillary Clinton broke the law and they had all the evidence and declined to prosecute. Big mistake. Big mistake. I can't place it. Kelly said Destiny is lying right now. He's just saying things. He deflects by saying they're all deranged and the most crazy people that he brings up. That's the shit the left did to people that were at the event. They demonize them unjustly when the leftists are the problem. Multipath. That's not her. What? It's what's her face? Multipass. All right. Come on. There we go. All right. We are going to ride. How much? We're going to take one more question. Remember, any don't know. Keeps the party raging and adds to the push-ups.
His
every single time you guys give one of
his name is Matthew Perna. Look him up.
Okay, well, look him up, because every time you guys give one of these people, he was there for 10 minutes, he didn't do anything. I look him up, and they're like the most deranged people that were at the Capitol. They're hanging from the rafters, they're running around screaming, they're attacking people. Yeah, well, look.
Nope, according to NBC News.
Look him up.
Yeah, look him up.
And then if we go back.
And then you see everybody fucking looking him up. I'm like, fuck. I didn't think they were actually going to look that up.
To Trump's executive use of power. Anything else you guys want to cover on that topic? Otherwise, we could go to that last question on ordinary Americans.
I mean, Trump seems to not understand the function and the role of government. It seems like he doesn't even use all of his executive agencies. He just runs everything out of the White House. So, I mean, we've never seen a president operate so free from his Congress and free from his own executive agencies before. But
I'm kind of inclined, if you want to respond, Dinesh, we can. Otherwise, we might move into that question of whether or not ordinary Americans are better off compared to when Trump took office.
Yeah, why don't you go first, and I'll go after you.
yeah, I mean, the economy has been, I think, largely buoyed by a lot of the AI and tech stuff, at least insofar as like our 401ks.
Thank you so very much for hanging out. Where's the Overlord? Yeah, that's you. An extra one. Barbunk! Thank you so very much. If you're 40 seconds behind, then you might want to speed up a little bit, because if you're at 2x speed, then you're going to kind of miss what I'm going to say. So I'm going to talk a little bit faster just so you can catch up, and when you catch up, then you'll be also right back down. I watch everything. I'm up to when I'm like when I was watching this before, instead of like skipping through, what I started to do is what I used to do was skip through, find whatever, make up the thumbnail and everything, and then put the laptop aside and then roll up for the night afterwards. Now what I figured out is I can just put how did you like that speed up? Now what I do is just put it on like 2.3. Here, let's go back a little bit. And while I'm rolling up.
Last question on ordinary Americans.
I mean, Trump seems to understand the function and the role of government. It seems like he doesn't even use all his executive agencies. He just runs everything at the White House. So, I mean, we've never seen a president operate so free from his Congress and free from his own executive agencies before, but
he is a lone wolf.
I'm kind of inclined. If you want to respond, Dinesh, you can. Otherwise, we might move into that question of whether or not ordinary Americans are better off.
Are ordinary Americans better off? I mean, I certainly am. But yeah, so I just let that play. I let that run. And my brain just works better than yours. All right, last question.
Compared to when Trump took office.
Yeah, why don't you go first, and I'll go after you.
yeah, I mean, the economy has been, I think, largely buoyed by a lot of the AI and tech stuff, at least insofar as like our 401ks are concerned. So if you have any investment there, you see that number go up. But in terms of the affordability for things around the United States, I don't think Trump has done much to help us at all. I think the whole Iranian war thing has led to an increase in what energy prices would be otherwise. I think that even for this AI tech industry, the White House has shown that it's woefully incompetent when it comes to actually regulating or giving guidelines to that environment for how they should work. We just recently saw this huge turmoil where they're selectively telling certain companies that they can't publish new models or not. Obviously, our relationships with our foreign trading partners, everything are completely in shambles. So, all the increase in the cost of lumber and everything else has led to an increase in housing prices. We've had to do bailouts for our farmers because of the stupid game we're playing with soybeans and everything between us and Venezuela and China. I mean, it's been a disaster in almost every single measurable way. But I'm sure you're about to tell me why all of that is not true, and there's a good Trump economy right around the corner.
Well, I mean, it's striking to me that when the question is very direct and personal, like, are you better off? This was the Reagan question. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It is peculiar to answer that question by saying things like, well, our trade deals are out of whack. It's more reasonable to answer this way. Under Biden and Harris, I didn't really have normal free speech rights, which means that on the normal platforms where you get to speak, you would be crushed. And it's not just me. Any ordinary American, millions of people were deplatformed, and the deplatforming was the start of it. Once they deplatform you, leftist sedition hunters and other people would call your employer and try to get you fired. They would try to ruin you in public. They would try to destroy your reputation in your neighborhood. And your crime was something like, I'm representing Trump, or I posted something on Twitter. And this was enough. So this gives you an idea of the deranged people that were in our government and allied with our government who were doing this to us. If you go down...
But they wouldn't cheat. You argued about how we were going to war and they would do that for bad reasons, but they wouldn't cheat.
Just a simple, basic list of the Bill of Rights. You didn't have the right to free speech. You didn't have the right to free assembly. Your vote was being canceled out or diluted by illegals and cheaters voting on your behalf. Essentially, you didn't have a right to freedom of religion because your church was shut down under COVID, and while bars and other places were left open. So by and large, what I'm saying is, even in terms of your ordinary life, You were living in an environment where you were under scrutiny with the chance that the state would crush you. This is George Orwell, a boot stamping on your face. And we felt it. And we don't have it now. So in this decisive respect, we're better off than we were before. And this is not something that is abstract about Iran, about trade deals. This affects your everyday life, your basic freedoms, and mine.
I didn't hear anything about Trump making us better off there.
Well, do you need to be told that you're better off? Or can you just explain how things are better and that leads to people being better off?
Stupid.
Where's the source that says that we're better? Shut up.
I missed the part. I might have missed it. The Trump made us better off, or?
We are better off economically. I mean, don't you think that a system in which...
Especially before the war. Oh, man.
You let in millions of illegals. Not only do you let them... It's bad enough to let them in. And by the way, the letting them in was deliberate. The Biden administration had put the word out. I know this from Venezuela in particular.
Surge the border.
Biden wants you to come. If you come to America, they will have a job for you. They will have home subsidies for you.
Yep. We also remember the videos of people at the border wearing Biden shirts, being like, yeah, Biden, yeah, Biden. And like, what do you think about Trump? Oh, no, Trump. I wonder why.
You'll get a car. All of this may not be true, but they were putting the word out. How do you think those caravans were coming thousands of miles and showing up at our border? You think people know how to start off in Honduras and travel? How do they get healthcare? Who gives them food? Who gives them maps? Who shows them how to go through other countries? The left had set up a facilitating network for all these people to come. You don't think these people, when they come here,
how hard you go north? Get in a car or walk? What do you mean? How hard is it to go
in another country? How do you go through?
north?
Mexico doesn't allow you normally to come into their country. But Mexico was moving these people through because Mexico realized they're not here to come to Mexico.
Man, I really look forward to the criminal prosecutions. Notice how like all of these horrible things were happening all the time. And
you deny they were happening?
We never.
How do you think?
There was a coordinated effort between the United States and all these other countries to shuffle caravans of immigrants to there. Yes, I deny that was happening. Yes.
You didn't.
So how did they get here? Like, you sweet summer child. What is it that you think is happening outside of your bedroom?
Yes. And if it's not, show me the charge.
Okay, let me ask you
this.
Just
like all the corruption charges that we never saw, just like the Hunter Biden Burisma charges that we
Yeah, exactly.
never saw, just like the voting fraud thing that we never saw. We have all these grand stories that conservatives give, and they never, ever, ever amount to anything.
Well, and they amount to plenty. They just don't amount to the WhiteHouse.gov saying, well, technically, this is officially right exactly the way that they said it. And with that standard, what are you even talking about? This isn't real life. This is the story that you're told.
And when it finally comes time to cash out any of these things in any measurable way, the conservatives always have pie on their face. Doge was a total and complete failure. The immigration, mass deportation stuff never happened. Americans hate ICE. They run around, they kill U.S. citizens, and then they have to be whisked away by federal officers before any accountability. We give them $90 billion, more than most militaries on the planet have to actually spend, and we've got nothing to show for it. They said 40 million illegals were here. You claim that was a lie. They said that 3 million have been deported. I bet you don't claim that's a lie. Like, what am I supposed to believe at the end of the day when I have story after story after story, and history disagrees with every point you make, and I have no charges in front of me to actually show for any of the claims that you're making?
All right. You saw with your own eyes, as I did.
Oh my God.
A large caravans of hundreds, if not thousands of people.
They just did it on their own. They just did it all on their own.
Moving together. How do you create a caravan, by the way? How do you create these caravans? They're moving over vast land distances. In fact, you can see them coming from 100 or even 1,000 miles away. You've seen this on social media videos. The videos exist. Number two, you notice that there are UN organizations, Catholic charities, innumerable NGOs facilitating these organizations because it's money making for them. When they come here, every illegal is then they build the government. Schools love it because they get students. My wife, who taught bilingual, says that there's common practice, for example, to take Mexican American kids who speak English and pretend like they can't speak English to put them into bilingual programs.
I was thinking something different because where I grew up, I grew up in a nice town. It's not like a rich town, but it had a nicer side where obviously, Papa Lutch being a doctor, we were over on the nicer side. Like 5-bedroom house, we had a little driveway and a backyard, but, like a mansion or anything. But there was also a lot of poorer areas on the, on the other side of the highway. And then like so like if let's say that this is the area for my high school, then like on the edges there were poorer I don't know, towns, bunch of illegals, and they would all somehow get into the good school because they were in other towns, but they found themselves in my school.
So they get bilingual funding. This is what I talked about at the beginning. Our country is being ripped off at a massive scale. Now, the Europeans are in on it. The international organizations are in on it. The NGOs benefit from it. His only response is, I see the caravans. They're all outside the country. Who are you really going to prosecute? It's people are funding these people and giving them maps because they know that there's a system to be scammed at the border. And then the Biden administration tells the border control guys, you have to let them in. Just give them a court date, even if it's 2 years from now. Let them in the country where we can't find them ever again. They may or may not show up for the court date. All of this is going on openly with U.S. government collaboration. And now he's like, where are the charges? If I don't see a charge, it didn't happen.
Yup.
Really? That's not how these rackets work. These rackets work where
why do we elect?
This is like when he looks at Nick Shirley and it's like, well, where's the proof? That is the proof. What exactly do you mean? What is it that you're looking for? What would satisfy your thirst for knowledge here, sir?
Trump for to drain the swamp. Then, if you're going to tell me at the end of the day, none of this stuff can be found or prosecuted or charged or anything.
Have you seen any caravans since Trump took office?
Nobody wants to come to the United States since Trump took office.
That was stupid.
Thank you.
They want to come. They're not getting in. They still want to come here.
Thank you.
Superman does good. You're asking if she can sing well. All right, was that
Anything
it?
else you'd like to cover? Otherwise, another prompt might be President.
Oh, all right. So, of course, as always, the link to that is in the description if you want to watch the parts that we missed, like the opening statements. And there's about 40 minutes left of questions. And of course, the Q&A, we know all our people are over there. So check that out. I guess we should see what is good with the push-ups. So first, jeez Louise. Okay, so we're gonna do. Okay. I definitely need the calculator for this. This was $7 plus 60 plus 30 plus 15.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins.
56 push-ups. 56. Let's fucking go. Oh, you can't take. No, you're fucking.
I'm here to resurrect the second journey of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompleteness. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
6. Let's go.
At the fall of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare, exposing every shell we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command, a beast of judgment, the Lord of his bed. On his ground, rings through the silence of the night, the loyal understand, tripping keeps the bell.
25. All right, we're gonna take a little break. Take a little break. What? 21, baby. 21. 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For good. Let's fucking go! 2 minutes and 35 seconds. I looped it, but I didn't even need to loop it. One play is all I don't need this anymore. One play is all I need. My goodness. Got him. Push him up. Done and done. Yes, sir. Should we do karaoke night? If we next time we don't get a movie night, maybe I'll hold all right, I need to go. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I know, yeah, you like that? We can make it happen. I like Confluence does it. I'll see what's good there. There's got to be like songs that are in the public thing, or we could just go over to Rumble, or I don't know. We'll figure it the fuck out. But again, guys, I need to thank you so very, very much. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. Oh, you thought you were going to try. I'm such a softie. Fine. You looked cute enough, so you get a treat. Okay? Thank you so very, very much. Oh, I feel it running through my veins. So I will definitely, is everybody cool with that Frailty movie? We'll just fucking put that down. 7, unless, so yeah, I'll talk to Fuckmaster, make sure he's around. That's a good time for him, whatever. But outside of that, pregame, 7 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. Then we'll all migrate over to Rumble and watch the movie. You like that? Yeah, there you go. And then shout out to boy Guamtech, who I don't know where he's been. But he helped us get this song. We already did Indiana Jones. Well, I mean, we did Raiders of the Lost Ark. Real quick though,
Maybe I'm just missing.
It was
I
going to
have
be
my own
that debate
thesis about why this happened. I explained it, and you're saying
Jay Dyer versus Jake Mazalama Lama Ding Dong. Islam and Christianity, which is best for society?
Well, it's a correlation, but not necessarily causation. I understand that. So that's why I'm inviting you to explain, and maybe I'm missing it. What was the clear causation of, forget about the first 300 years. I understand what you're saying there. But what was exactly the clear causation from where the Roman West, the Catholics, and the East, even after they separated, had this agreement, and now it's like, and I'm not saying this to be funny, I'm just saying in reality, now it's just Jay Dyer and his crew and some Orthodox who believe this, and pretty much everybody else has gone by the wayside. It seems like a really sharp decline that happened very quickly. Now, I gave my reasoning or historical kind of argument of why I think this happened. Now, you don't believe it's the Bible's fault. You don't believe it's the New Testament fault. So that's why I'm kind of inviting you to explain the causation.
So if we set aside that early issue, then I would say if you look at the 11th century, there's a huge revolution that even Roman Catholic scholars would admit. You have people like Congar and Dvornik, the famous Uniate scholar. They admit that there's a revolution in ecclesiology in the West. It's known as the Gregorian reforms. And what's unique about this is that
So you probably tell. I was like, I mean, I don't think I've ever covered Jay Dyer, and there is another debate that he did, I think, at DebateCon, or maybe it was just another video that I saw. Because we've gotten really far away from the religious stuff, and like originally I kind of backed off on it a little bit because I didn't want to be too aggressive with you guys. But I think now we have a little bit more of that trust where we can get back into that stuff. And yeah, so we'll see. Because like I'm not interested in debating religion, but I am interested in talking about religion. So if somebody else is debating religion, then we can talk about it without having to debate it. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Again, I know you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. Me and the Overlord. And yeah, get a good look at the chair there. Also available to donate to a new chair on throne.com/LetchTIJ. But thank you so very, very much. Of course, a big shout out to all of the donations. Of course, as always, no surprises there. Our boy, the Funk Master General. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Once again, this is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace. Shit, forgot to do that. Bye.